anywhere.
Cook County Inspector General said 25 county workers here were also found to have ripped off the federal PPP program during an investigation over the past year. Southwest Airlines flight attendants and pilots held a protest outside of a company party last night here in Chicago. Flight attendants are demanding a new contract with higher pay. Meantime, pilots say they've been bargaining for more than 3 years and don't have a contract. No one is in custody following a shooting over the weekend in Rockford. 6 women and a man were shot during a party Sunday morning. The suspected shooter was in an SUV that drove by. Mayor Johnson is not going into detail about why he fired Chicago Public Health Commissioner Dr. Allison Arwady last week. Johnson did not respond to accusations that the firing was in retaliation due to disputes between the CTU and Allison Arwady over the COVID-19 pandemic. Arwady says she was fired without notice. The Bean is taking a break from public life. Starting this morning, the iconic Cloud Gate sculpture, also known as the Bean, will not be seen up close and personal for 8 months. It's actually the pavers that thousands walk on each and every day that need the work, not the Bean itself. The Bean will be back on public display April of 2024 when it turns 20 years old. Baseball on the north side of Chicago. Cubs host the White Sox at Wrigley tonight. Cubs in the thick of a playoff race, just 3.5 back of Milwaukee in the NL Central, a game back of Miami for the final wild card spot. Patriots adding to their backfield. Free agent running back Ezekiel Elliott posting on social media yesterday he's signing with New England. The news is a service of In Grace with Jim Scudder Jr., now heard Sunday morning at 6:30 on AM 560. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees more insanity in Washington.
The Department of Justice trying to arrest Devon Archer before he has a chance to testify against Joe Biden today. This is over the top. And that's why Trump continues to soar in the polls. We are witnessing levels of insanity that are just hard to comprehend.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Dave Nissen, CEO of PKF Mueller. As a CPA firm, we have been serving our business clients since 1968 by providing audit, accounting, tax, advisory, and consulting services. We as trusted advisors go beyond what our clients hired us to do by thinking outside the box to understand their operations and industry. We want to discover ways to increase their net income and cash flow by reducing costs or increasing efficiencies. To this end, PKF Mueller provides several client value-added services through strategic relationships. Our partners are specialists and serve the same type of clients that we do and add value by reducing our clients' overall electric and gas costs, discovering inaccuracies and overcharges on utility bills, assisting in financing of real estate, and helping to reduce uncollectible accounts and bad debt expenses. To learn more about our value-added service providers and how we can assist, call me directly at 630-524-5274 or dnissen at pkfmueller.com.
This is Sean Thompson, and I'm proud to tell you about the great work of the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, a new partner of ours here at AM 560. Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. When a first responder or military service member doesn't come home and young children are left behind, Tunnel to Towers pays the mortgage on the family home to lift the financial burden and bring stability. For catastrophically injured veterans and first responders, Tunnel to Towers builds mortgage-free smart homes, giving our most severely injured heroes the ability to live more independent lives. You can help America's heroes and their families by supporting the Tunnel to Towers Foundation when you make a small donation of just $11 a month. Go to T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org. T2T.org.
5:11. Let's get an update on the roads now. Team Hochberg Traffic Center Time, a service of Pfizer. If you're 60 or older, RSV can be a dangerous respiratory virus. Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. A message from Pfizer. Let's check the roads. Kennedy outbound. You've got standing water in a right-hand lane causing delays. Folks swerving around outbound at Chicago Avenue. And now an accident outbound on the Kennedy between Lawrence and Central. Dan Ryan outbound accident. 2 right lanes blocked. It's outbound at 47th. Also problems as you begin your trip down near 95th as well. Just delays there on the outbound side. 80-94 an accident. 2 left lanes are blocked between Grant and Klein on the westbound side. 80-94. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with our AccuWeather meteorologist, Steve Williams.
A breezy start this morning, a shower, and then clouds and sun today. High 76, clear tonight, low 59. Sunny, very nice day tomorrow, the high 83. Thunderstorm on Thursday, variable cloudiness, the high at 82. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
65 O'Hare, 67 Lakefront, 63 Midway, 62 in Aurora. Light rain still crossing the area. Your next news, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answers starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
You can't live forever, but your legacy can. For over 185 years, families have trusted Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago with 47 locations throughout Cook and Lake counties to set their legacies in stone. A prepaid cemetery plan locks in today's prices and safeguards against rising inflation. Visit CatholicCemeteryChicago.org or call 708-236-5490 to schedule a free consultation today.
Folks, when shopping for a home mortgage, how much is great service, low closing costs, and competitive interest rates worth to you? At Townstone Financial, it's priceless. Hi, Barry Sterner, founder of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
This is John. I did my second home purchase with Townstone Financial, and Townstone's going to give the better rate by far. They found the best rates. They found the lowest closing costs, and I know that because I had previously worked with a big bank who gave me ridiculous closing costs, high interest rates. They weren't looking out for my best interest, and Barry did his best to keep in touch with me. Couldn't have had a better experience.
Remember, nobody values your home mortgage business more than Townstone. I guarantee it, and I own the company. So call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2110. That's 312-896-2110, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is licensed in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, NMLS 136639, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org, equal housing lender.
You've decided to remodel your kitchen or bathroom. Okay, the search is on. Who can you trust to give you a great remodel at a fair price?
I ask that you would give us a chance to work with you to have a quality, stress-free kitchen or bath remodel. This is Javen Aldana. My company is Aldana and Son. That's right, we're a family business and we share the same values as you. I am deeply involved in every aspect of your remodel. Realtors love our company too. They know we can get it done as soon as possible and make it fabulous. A happy customer is the only way we do business. You want referrals and reviews? No problem. We stand by our work. We take it personally. Kitchen or bathroom remodels, small or large, we have you covered. Go to remodelingforme.com. That's remodelingforme.com. Aldana and Son. Just under 25 years of happy customers. Let's make you the next one. Go to remodelingforme.com. That's remodelingforme.com.
Hey Chicago, do you like great seats? How about on-field pregame access? What if it was free? Now we got your attention. We are proud to bring you the Wintrust Crosstown Series. Whether you're a Cubs or Sox fan, Wintrust wants you to have an unforgettable fan experience. Enter the Wintrust Crosstown Series sweepstakes for your chance to win great seats and pregame on-field access. Go to wintrust.com/crosstown. Chicago's Bank, getting Chicago's fans to the game. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Corp. Banks. See official rules at wintrust.com/crosstown-rules. Member FDIC.
Starting August 22nd, the U.S. dollar may have new competition from a new global supercurrency backed by Russia and China. And if the dollar plummets, your retirement could follow. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon. I recommend a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit on gold by texting the word SHELTER to 989898. I encourage you to act before August 22nd. Text SHELTER to 989898 to get your free information kit on gold now.
This is Dennis Prager. Sign up today for an unforgettable experience in Israel this October. Mike Gallagher and I are traveling to the Holy Land on the Stand with Israel tour with our trusted partner, Inspiration Cruises and Tours. This trip of a lifetime to Israel is one you don't want to miss. Register today before it's too late at standwithisraeltour.com, standwithisraeltour.com, or call 855-565-5519. 855-565-5519.
Have you lost Illinois Medicaid? At healthcare.gov, you can find a low-cost, quality health plan.
Do plans cover doctor visits?
What about emergency care?
And prescriptions?
All covered and more. Plus, with the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting the 1st of next month. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Have you been struggling to find an easy, safe, and secure document scanning solution for Salesforce.com, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, or OnBase by Highland? Your struggle is now over, and it's time to get your documents and operations into the 21st century. With IoT Smart Connected Scanning, it's easy to turn physical paper into digital documents and have them directly uploaded to the cloud with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. And you don't need a degree in computing or IT to make it happen. Using QR code technology, uniquely configured for your specific business, anyone can set the IoT Smart Connected Scanning device up in 5 minutes or less, saving your organization money and valuable time. Remote employees can even capture documents and send them safely and seamlessly. Organize documents efficiently and securely with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. To see a demo or to order now, go to ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Use promo code SMART and receive 10% off your order. IDT, putting paper in its place.
Retirement planning can be complicated. From asset and legacy protection to retirement income and extended care, you need a plan. Tune in to Retirement and Income Radio, hosted by well-known Chicagoland financial educator Mark Kohler. Mark helps listeners in or near retirement protect their savings from market volatility while creating lifetime guaranteed income. Listen to Retirement and Income Radio Sunday afternoons at 3:30 on AM 560 The Answer, or call Mark now at 844-619-SAFE.
You're smart, you're busy, and don't have time to waste on the mainstream media cycle. Salem News Channel breaks that cycle. Topics that matter from hosts worth watching. Dinesh D'Souza, Andrew Wilkow, Brandon Tatum, and more. Open debate and free speech you won't find anywhere else. Salem News Channel, not like the other guys. Watch anytime on any screen, free 24/7. Find everything you need to know at snc.tv. That's snc.tv.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Wealth Health Radio with Joe Murphy, Sundays, noon to 1. Learn more online at mwmfinancial.tax.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So late yesterday, Fannie Willis, the Fulton County District Attorney, made her announcement, much anticipated, that President Trump and every other person who voted for him in Fulton County, Georgia, is under indictment as part of some racketeering conspiracy to make false statements, to defraud, to essentially, I don't know, undermine our democracy or some such thing. Here's
So excited, too.
Part of Fani Willis and explaining her decision-making on this.
I make decisions in this office based on the facts and the law. The law is completely nonpartisan. That's how decisions are made in every case. To date, this office has indicted, since I've been sitting as the district attorney, over 12,000 cases. This is the 11th RICO indictment. We followed the same process. We look at the facts, we look at the law, and we bring charges.
And then she went on to add,
"Bring me everyone." What do you mean, everyone?
It's pretty emphatic. Mark Meadows, Rudy Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, everyone else who was affiliated with the Trump campaign, who ever stepped foot in Fulton County, who was under indictment. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line.
I mean, it wasn't a surprise because the DA in Fulton County, she, according to them, accidentally published the indictment against Trump prior to convening the grand jury. And then they deleted it. I mean, not a big deal, so we got it, and then it was deleted, and then the grand jury convened.
It's not a big deal to post the results of the grand jury before the grand jury votes.
Yeah.
No, I mean, exactly.
Minor detail. What?
Why even bother with the process? It's just so pro forma, right? They vote, they don't vote. We already have the known outcome, so let's just get on with it already. 13 counts, 19 people. This is not perhaps. I was thinking perhaps this would be the most ridiculous indictment to date, but it's not perhaps. It is the most ridiculous indictment to date, just based on the sheer volume of people that are implicated in this alleged conspiracy. Their crime is to have a conversation with the Secretary of State alleging election irregularities and asking for him to look at specific batches of votes. And then also, Sidney Powell under indictment, representing their arguments in court documents in challenging the election results in Fulton County and by extension the state of Georgia. Those are that's essentially their crime. Show me the men and women and I'll find you the crime. Well, that's what Fani Willis did. See them? That's the Trump campaign. Okay, let me get to work.
Is this getting old for anyone? I mean, the fourth indictment already. Come on. It's getting boring.
Mark on the South Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I'm not the most religious person in the world, but I do believe I graduated from a Catholic high school. I believe we need divine intervention to save this country because the system and the way it's out there right now, we cannot vote our way out of this. We just cannot do it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not voting our way out of it alone, but that's certainly going to be part of it. There's a big election next year. So the outcome of that big election will have big implications. By the way, I mean, just if I could go on a tangent briefly, I just want to also, give kudos where they're deserved. And you couldn't talk about this case without talking about the grand jury foreperson, Emily Kors. Emily Kors,
she's like Emily Landon of Atlanta. Remember Emily Landon, who was just so full of herself and theatrical.
She wanted to subpoena Trump. She just wanted something to happen, and last night was a big night and a big day for her because something finally happened.
Did you personally want to hear from the former president? I wanted to hear from the former president, but honestly, I kind of wanted to subpoena the former president because I got to swear everybody in. And so I thought it'd be really cool to get 60 seconds with President Trump of me looking at him and being like, do you solemnly swear? And me getting to swear him in. I kind of just thought that would be an awesome moment. I can see how trying to get the former president to come talk to us would have been a year in negotiation by itself.
So it sounds like that was ultimately a battle that you all decided not to wage.
Exactly. That's kind of how it ended up, was that, and I'd be fascinated by what he said, but do you think he would have come in and said anything groundbreaking, or just the same kind of thing we've heard? So at some point, you don't need to hear 50 people say the same thing. You know what I mean? At some point, you kind of start to get the gist.
Sure. That's another reason why Dan Proft is single right there, folks.
And again, we staved off her disappointment yesterday.
I will be sad if nothing happens. Like, that's about my only request there is for something to happen. I don't necessarily know what it is. I'm not the legal expert. I'm not the judge. I'm not the lawyers. But I will be frustrated if nothing happens. This was too much information, too much of my time, too much of everyone's time, too much of their time, too much argument in court about getting people to appear before us. There was just too much for this to just be, oh, okay, we're good, bye.
Okay.
I don't even know where to start with that case.
One of the guardians of our democracy, Alex in Hinsdale. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys. That super genius that you just played, on her Facebook, she was a self-proclaimed witch.
Right.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But my point is this, that the fact that the indictment was released 8 hours before, and then Fani Willis was asked about it. She said she didn't have a clue. She wasn't a legal expert. She wasn't a tech expert. She perjured herself because, of course, she knows how it was leaked. And many experts think that this is going to cause a prosecutorial misconduct charge and the case to be thrown out, because how can you have the indictment before you have a vote in the grand jury?
Thanks for the call, Alex.
It's just, I said that it's getting old, but you keep prosecuting your political opponent. And at some point in time, just let the voters decide. Just back off.
Nick, Northwest Side.
Yeah, thank you. I was watching this on one of these free over-the-air channels. It's something like a CNN or Fox TV, they try to combine.
That's an indictable offense.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I was watching how they're setting everything. It looked like something being set up for America's Got Talent. They brought it in that silvery screen, and they put the flags on the sides, and everything's getting rid of the teleprompter. And then the performer came out, which is Miss Willis. So, and then they mentioned also, this was interesting, they mentioned that her father in L.A. was the one who started the Black Panther faction there. And I don't know if some of that politics from that rubbed off on her.
Politics? Whoa. What are you talking politics, Nick? Thanks for the call. Politics has nothing to do with this. Didn't you hear Fani Willis? This is the law is nonpartisan, and this was an even-handed application of the law with no consideration for partisan politics. It's not like that these Democrats in Manhattan and D.C. and Fulton County want to imprison the President of the United States for the crime of being elected, want to imprison him and his cohorts, including his former chief of staff, including a legal counsel associated with the campaign, for the crime of challenging the election results. No, it's not like that at all. This is just the nonpartisan, Lady Justice's blind application of the law. That's what you're supposed to believe.
I mean, didn't she just indict a bunch of lawyers for doing legal work? She kept.
Coming up at 5:30. By the way, we'll talk more about this with the former federal and state prosecutor George Perry at the bottom of the 6 o'clock hour. And maybe we'll take a couple more calls on this before we move on at 5:38.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott. Good morning, Mike.
62 degrees at 5:31. Large waves, high winds, resulting in dangerous beach conditions along Lake Michigan today. And on this back-to-school Tuesday for most schools, the Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney says former President Donald Trump was part of a, quote, criminal conspiracy, end quote, to overturn the state's 2020 election results.
Through participation in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere to accomplish the illegal goal of allowing Donald J. Trump to seize the presidential term of office.
Democrat Fani Willis says the former president has until noon next Friday to voluntarily surrender after he was indicted.
We do want to move this case along, and so we will be asking for a proposed order that occurs a trial date within the next 6 months.
Meantime, the former president, Donald Trump, faces felony racketeering charges and more. It's a 97-page indictment, including 41 felony counts. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina says there's no way Donald Trump can get a fair trial in Georgia.
I know that Fulton County is the most liberal county, I think, in all of Georgia. The DA there is a Democrat.
Democrat Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has been investigating Trump and his allies for more than 2 years. In other news this morning, wildfires in Hawaii have now claimed 99 lives. 80% of structures that were destroyed are residential. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell.
This is in coordination with the governor, as he has also stood up a program to provide Airbnb rooms or other hotel rooms to support residents.
While noting that housing for the displaced has been a priority, many survivors have been taken into other private homes. Damage is estimated at $5.5 billion. This morning, Russian officials say a massive explosion at a gas station in Russia's southern republic of Dagestan has killed 30 and injured scores others. The perjury trial of former Illinois House Speaker Mike Madigan's longtime chief of staff enters week 2. Feds accused Tim Mapes and his lawyers of using their witness list to keep a key prosecutor from the courtroom. Mayor Johnson's choice to be the next police superintendent is ready to work together to make the city safer. The mayor introducing counterterror chief Larry Snelling as the next superintendent of Chicago Police.
I'm willing to sit down, have a conversation with any and everybody within this city to work together to resolve some of the issues that we have and make this city as safe as we can possibly make it.
Southwest Airlines flight attendants and pilots held a protest outside of a company party here in Chicago last night. Flight attendants demanding a new contract. Pilots have been without a contract for 3 years. And this morning, the Iowa State Treasurer's Office says they're planning to auction off one valuable rookie card from Michael Jordan. It was in a forgotten safe deposit box, as our reporter Sue Danielson reports.
The card's in near mint condition and could be worth thousands. It'll be included in a September auction. Each year, the Treasurer's Office gets up to 300 abandoned safe deposit boxes, and when they run out of storage space, they start auctioning things off. I'm Sue Danielson.
Baseball North Side, Cubs and White Sox at Wrigley later on tonight. The news, the service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency. Go to surroundchicago.com today. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The mainstream media wants to divide Americans into neat little groups, and they want you to believe that everyone in each one of those groups thinks alike. John Anthony is here to blow up that lie. Join him for Black and Right this Saturday afternoon at 4, when he provides a different perspective on what it means to be black and right. This Saturday afternoon at 4, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't defund the police. Hire the police to protect your business. Rising crime has been crippling business owners in Illinois more and more in the past year. Blue Star Security can protect your most valuable asset, your business, to protect both you and your customers. Blue Star Security is the only security company in Chicago with over 500 off-duty police officers, all W-2 employees.
I'm Anthony Varchetto, president of Blue Star Security and a 20-year law enforcement veteran. Our team is exclusively state-certified active and retired law enforcement professionals who provide the highest standards in security. We serve Fortune 500 companies as well as small businesses and individuals, responding rapidly and seamlessly to each assignment. Blue Star Security's technology allows mobilization of off-duty officers quickly and efficiently. Our primary mission is to provide unparalleled protective services for each assignment with integrity while maintaining our commitment to community service in the Chicagoland area.
Visit online to schedule a free security consultation at BlueStarSecurityLTD.com. That's BlueStarSecurityLTD.com.
When you're serious about your concealed carry training and education and are ready to learn from an active police officer with a teaching degree, check out Illinois Concealed Carry Training in Midlothian. You'll learn safe, responsible firearm use, home defense planning, conflict avoidance, situational awareness, and how to remain physically, morally, and financially safe in the event you must use your firearm in self-defense or the defense of another. Weekday and weekend classes available.
I'm Sergeant Gary Carr, police firearms trainer and the owner of Illinois Concealed Carry Training. We'll arm you with what really counts: knowledge and training. All concealed carry curriculums are not created equal. This may be the single most important decision you'll ever make for yourself and your loved ones. Choose between 3 and 16-hour classes that are available both weekdays and weekends. We are your one-stop for concealed carry classes, fingerprints, and legal defense plans.
Register for a class today and get 10% off class fees with promo code AM560. Visit IllinoisConcealedCarry.com. That's IllinoisConcealedCarry.com.
Sean Thompson here for my friend Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group. There aren't many people who would knowingly leave their job to start another job for a 30% cut in pay. And yet, people do it every day when they enter retirement. Why enter the exciting new chapter of your life with less money? Why trade the stress of work for more stress in retirement? Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group can help. Just call Tom at 630-934-1855 for your complimentary, customized retirement. It addresses many of the big questions you may have, like what to do about Social Security, managing your investments, and how to create income you can never outlive. You can downsize your house, but don't downsize your lifestyle. Get a complimentary, customized retirement plan at 630-934-1855 or visit alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, RWA, an SEC registered investment advisor. RWA and Alpha Wealth Group are independent of each other. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced. Let the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts test your battery for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
5:38, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Inbound Kennedy, 25 minutes in. O'Hare into the Burn Circle interchange. Outbound Kennedy, accident blocking 2 left-hand lanes. Outbound approaching Foster. Gives solid traffic from Montrose right now. Outbound Ike, accident right shoulder near Manheim this morning. Dan Ryan express lanes. Left lane blocked with an accident on the outbound side right at 31st. 8094 due to a much earlier accident. You still have delays westbound between Klein and Kennedy. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. A breezy, rainy start to the morning. Clouds break in the midday, a little bit of sun by the afternoon, and a high only of 76. 62 right now. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. From the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
We just rickrolled ourselves. Why are we playing Rick Astley? What the hell's going on?
Debbie Gibson will be in the next stop set.
Good Lord. We got this new system. I'm like Fannie Willis, I'm not a technical expert, but apparently it spits out terrible music. We're going to have to do something about that. All right, we're talking about the Trump indictment in Fulton County, Georgia. Well, Trump and all of his friends. Anybody in Fulton County that I ever talked to is under indictment as part of this racketeering, this conspiracy.
Were you listed? Because, I kind of spaced out after the 9th name.
There were 161 acts in furtherance of the conspiracy. So these 161 acts of racketeering in furtherance of this conspiracy documented in this 98-page indictment. Well, gee, that sounds like a lot. Sounds like they've got a lot of evidence about this conspiracy that was afoot to end our democracy or some such thing. And remember,
steal an election.
Under the racketeering law in the state of Georgia, as I understand it, you don't have to prove success. The conspiracy does not have to be successful. It just has to be afoot. So maybe you're wondering, well, what are some of these conspiratorial acts that substantiate these racketeering charges? I'm glad you asked. On or about the 4th day of November 20, this is Act 1. On or about the 4th day of November 2020, Donald John Trump made a nationally televised speech falsely declaring victory in the 2020 presidential election.
What?
4 days earlier, on or about October 31st, 2020, Donald John Trump discussed a draft speech with an unindicted co-conspirator, Individual 1, that falsely declared victory and falsely claimed voter fraud. This speech was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. He said, I won, and he said there is evidence of voter fraud, or he suggested there was. That's
a charge.
When that's an act in furtherance of this conspiracy that supports the charge. That's a conspiratorial act. Another one, Act 2. On or about the 15th day of November 2020, Rudy Giuliani, under indictment, placed a telephone call to unindicted co-conspirator Individual 2, whose identity is known to the grand jury, and left approximately 83-second-long voicemail message for unindicted co-conspirator Individual 2, making statements concerning fraud in the November 3rd, 2020 election in Fulton County, Georgia. The telephone call was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. So Giuliani called somebody and said there was fraud in Fulton County, Georgia. Conspiracy. I mean, you would be, I think maybe you're getting the gist of it, but you would be surprised. Here, another example.
Please, what do we have now?
Act number 22, just selecting them for, I could read all 161, but it would take a while. Act 22, these are acts in furtherance of the conspiracy to steal an election, I guess, to defraud the voters of Fulton County. And these are the acts that substantiate the racketeering charges against Trump and his associates. Act 22. On or about the 3rd day of December 2020, Donald Trump caused to be tweeted from the Twitter account @RealDonaldTrump, quote, Georgia hearings now on OANN, amazing, ! End quote. This was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
These are acts of racketeering?
Tweeting out.
Allegedly. Mm-hmm.
Tweeting out, watch the Georgia hearings on OANN.
Yeah.
That's an act in furtherance of the conspiracy, which substantiates racketeering charges against all these individuals. As I said at the outset, what we have here is another speech crime, thought and speech crime. That's all you have, which is to say non-crime. You're not allowed to dispute the official findings. You're not allowed to talk to the Secretary of State with, by the way, your election attorneys on that call, and I noted that the election attorneys weren't indicted, Cleta Mitchell and others on that call with Raffensperger, and say, we believe these specific vote batches need to be looked at again. We believe there were some votes counted that shouldn't have been. There's some votes that should have been counted that weren't. You can't have that conversation. That is not a conversation. That is a criminal conspiracy.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You can also reach us all morning long on our text line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. I mean, these acts that you're reading, the 161 in all, sounds like he doesn't have a right to free speech.
Act 30, on or about the 3rd day of December 2020 and the 26th day of December 2020, Donald John Trump placed a call to the President pro temp of the Georgia Senate, Butch Mueller. This was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy.
Oh, my gosh.
Act 31, on or about the 5th day of December 2020, Donald John Trump placed a telephone call to Georgia Governor Brian Kemp and solicited, requested, and importuned Kemp to call a special session of the Georgia General Assembly. That was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Hey, Governor, will you call a special session? No. That's an act in furtherance of the conspiracy. That's part of the racketeering that Trump et al. Are accused of.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's some pretty scary stuff.
Does it give you a flavor for what we're dealing with here? And it's about calls and statements. And as I said, this is a Raffensperger call, conversations, making assertions. Perhaps many of those assertions were wrong. They turned out to at least not be evidence-based enough to survive a motion to dismiss in courts of law in Georgia and elsewhere, but just sticking on Georgia. That is now criminal. To assert something that is rejected by a court, if you're Donald Trump, is criminal. To publicly state something that is disputed by election authorities, that is now criminal. If those things are criminal,
then why isn't Stacey Abrams behind bars?
If those things are criminal, this is no longer a free society.
No.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. It's really remarkable. And the scope of the individuals folded into this. And how could you not if you're Fani Willis? If Trump making a phone call or making a statement, if that's a crime, well, then his legal representation, his chief of staff, some local Republican Party officials in Georgia doing the same thing, well, those are crimes too. And you take them together, and what you got is a conspiracy.
This is unbelievable to me.
It is unbelievable.
And because Stacey Abrams, she alleged some of the same things. Why hasn't she been charged with counts of racketeering or acts of racketeering?
She disputed the outcome of the gubernatorial election in 2018.
Right. Why hasn't she been charged with anything? Mm-hmm. She questioned the voting process.
You know, the go get 12,000 votes, right? This is the basis. Oh, he tried to bully, as if you can, bully the Secretary of State to illegally come up with the votes necessary to declare Trump the victor in Georgia. But that's, even if that were true, that's still just saying, you should do this, and he says no. That is not a crime. But that's not true. That's not actually how the call went. And we've gone through this before.
Let's do
but
it
I mean,
again.
just a reminder, for example, this is a transcript of the call between the two. Well, it wasn't the two, because Mark Meadows and Cleta Mitchell, one of his election attorneys, and others are on this call, and they're memorialized in the transcript. But he just goes through what he thinks based on conversations he's had with his campaign people and so forth. For example, he said, we've had hundreds of thousands of ballots that were able to actually, you get a pretty accurate number. You don't need much of a number because the number that, in theory, I lost by would be 11,779. But you also have substantial numbers of people, thousands and thousands, who went to the voting place on November 3rd, were told they couldn't vote because a ballot had been put on their name. And you know that's very, very sad. Well, I believe it's about 4,502 voters who voted but weren't on the voter registration list. So that's 4,502 who voted but weren't on the voter registration roll. You had 18,325 vacant address voters.
Oh.
The address was vacant. They're not allowed to be counted. That's 18,325. Smaller number, you had only 904 who voted where they had just a P.O. box, and they had and that's not allowed. We had at least 18,000, that's on tape. We had them counted painstakingly. 18,000 voters having to do with some name. She's a vote scammer, a professional vote scammer and hustler. That was the tape that's been shown all over the world that makes everybody look bad, you, me, and everybody else. And it just goes on from there. The point here is to say, hey, Brad, go find the votes. Just dummy them up. I don't care what That's not.
No,
that's not the conversation.
It's more nuanced than that.
The conversation.
People never dig deeper.
The conversation is, I lost by this much, and my people and my campaign and my lawyers are telling me we look through these specific vote patches. And these are the numbers that we believe. And we would like you to look into these specific vote batches. This alleged vote scammer and the votes that she was allegedly responsible for delivering. And the people who voted from a P.O. box. And the people who weren't on the voter registration roll. And vacant address voters. And so on and so forth. Those are specific allegations. Maybe they're wrong. To assert that is not criminal. This isn't complicated, is it?
Well, we got a text message. Where are the grown-ups? How can an honorable judge let indictments like this stand?
Well, maybe the judge won't. We'll see. I mean, you have to file a motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim or a failure to understand the law, but I doubt you're going to see that happen in Fulton County, a dismissal. Glenn in Oak Brook.
Yeah, hi guys, good morning. So can Trump sue for court costs and legal fees, and also can a complaint be filed against the lawyer about abuse of power and to get the removal of their law license?
Well, I mean, he can, suing for making a civil claim for malicious prosecution. Very rarely do those claims succeed. You could file an ARDC complaint. Highly doubtful. I mean, prosecutors just have such wide discretion that even if they bring absurd cases, unless they've committed a violation of the canons, although actually that technically is knowingly bringing a phony case, but unless they violated the law and maybe the canons, you're not going to see any disciplinary action from the ARDC, and you're not going to see Trump secure a civil settlement against Fulton County. I would highly doubt it. Mark and Rochelle.
Yeah, my understanding and the way lawyers put together a case anymore, they use software to look up previous cases and connect the dots. So I think these DAs and lawyers that are bringing these cases are basically just shoving some information into software or an AI program. They come up with all these, and they kind of manipulate the parameters to come up with as many possible cases. So these lawyers don't even believe or know what they're doing. They're just coming up with random stuff that they shoved into one end of one software, and it spits out all the possible cases or connects the dots as best they can. So that's the way.
Thanks for the call, Mark. Well, I mean,
how about that?
I think I get what you're saying, but I mean, this is not AI when you've got 161 documented acts that they contend are evidence of a conspiracy to racketeer, which is the main charge. And there are other charges, too, 13 charges. There's impersonating a public officer. I mean, we can get to them, but the main thing here is this was a RICO case, state RICO case, racketeering, influence, and corrupt organization. That's Trump and his cohorts. That's the thrust of this case. George in Naperville.
Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, nobody likes a bully. Is these people are deranged with this Trump thing, and it doesn't hurt to ask. Was what I was always told when I was a kid, and that's all he was doing.
Well, right. I mean, even if he was demanding, you're allowed to make an argument.
Right. You're allowed to defend yourself. You're right. We no longer live in a free society. This is for sure.
Does this need to be stated? You're allowed to make a bad argument. You're allowed to make an evidence-free argument.
You're allowed to have a conversation with someone. And we got a text message. Dan and Amy, I'm surprised Big Pharma hasn't come up with a pill for Trump derangement syndrome.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
When this is the sound of a crackling campfire on a cool evening, you can sit back and relax. But when it's the sound of your counters and cabinets smoking and smoldering following a house fire that's affected your entire kitchen, you need to pick up the phone and call 1-800-SERVPRO. Only the cleanup and restoration specialists at Servpro can help make fire and water damage like it never even happened. So make the call to 1-800-SERVPRO when fire damage strikes. Franchises are independently owned and operated.
Hi, I'm Test Director Rick from Servpro, the leader in cleaning, restoration, and construction. It's my job to make sure our pros are prepared for anything. Storm damage? Fixed. Flood damage? We're on it. Fire damage? Not anymore. Aliens? What? Aliens? We cleaned those sites a while ago. No matter the disaster, our pros will make it like it never even happened. Find out why Servpro is the #1 choice for residential and commercial restoration projects large and small. Visit servpro.com today.
It's summertime, and you want to keep the shop, warehouse, and other doors open for ventilation. Air circulation improves the well-being of your employees and customers, but open doors can let in the uninvited, like strangers, birds, rodents, and bugs. Industrial Door Company of Chicago, Inc. can help solve the problem with a full line of commercial screen door products designed with these specific problems in mind. Call Industrial Door Company of Chicago, Inc. now. Also, regular scheduled maintenance is the key, and Industrial Door Company of Chicago, Inc. has multiple levels of maintenance programs for your company's needs and budget. They'll ensure your doors, grills, gates, and dock equipment are working to specification to increase the useful life of your doors. Visit their website to see a range of products and services at industrialdoor.com. Call anytime, 847-258-5620. Their team will be there to assist in designing a solution that works best for you. Since 1982, the Industrial Door Company of Chicago, Inc. takes care of your doors so you can take care of business. When your home or business has an insurance claim, the next step is very important. The claim process with insurance can be tedious, hard to understand, and difficult to navigate. You need someone working for you. You need a licensed claim adjuster. Why? The insurance company will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them, not you.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company. If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at crosscominc.com. That's crosscominc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
It's news, news, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and tune in, iHeart, and on Odyssey.
Light rain, 62 degrees at 6:01 on AM 560 The Answer. And good morning.
Tailored for
I'm Mike Scott.
Right
Swimming
smack
conditions
in the middle.
will be dangerous today along Lake Michigan. The National Weather Service has issued a beach hazard statement. On this back-to-school Tuesday for most schools, 14-year-old is seriously wounded after he was shot in Chicago's West Englewood neighborhood. Police say the teen was standing near the back door of a home last night in the 6600 block of South Marshfield when three wearing masks approached. At least one opened fire. The perjury trial of former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan's longtime chief of staff enters week 2. Testimony in the Tim Mapes case is expected to continue with retired FBI agents. Mayor Johnson's choice to be Chicago's next top cop is ready to work together to make the city safer. The mayor introduced counterterror chief Larry Snelling yesterday as the CPD superintendent.
Every member of this city has to be a stakeholder. Right. And I'm willing to sit down, have a conversation with any and everybody within this city to work together to resolve some of the issues that we have and make this city as safe as we can possibly make it.
Snelling takes the role amid high crime in the city. Carjackings are up 112%, total crime up 83% over the previous 2 years. A 16-year-old is charged with the murder of another 16-year-old over the weekend in Highland Park. Authorities say Omar Diaz was found shot Sunday in the 2300 block of Green Bay Road. He died at an area hospital. Esteban Sarmiento, an acquaintance of Diaz, was arrested yesterday. He's due in bond court later today. An Illinois National Guard member has died after suffering heat-related injuries during outdoor fitness activities at a military base in Mississippi. 38-year-old man was treated by a medic at Camp Shelby when he showed signs of injuries. The exodus of Illinoisans to other states is well publicized, but now a new study reveals what city is the number one for Chicagoans to relocate to. According to research from the real estate website Redfin, residents of the Chicago metro area are moving to Cape Coral, Florida, more than anywhere else. Meantime, Chicago was included on a Redfin list of the top metro areas home buyers are fleeing, coming in fifth behind San Francisco, New York City, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C. Baseball on the north side of Chicago. Cubs hosting the White Sox at Wrigley later on tonight. Bulls adding some depth to their front court, signing forward Terry Taylor to a deal yesterday. The news, a service of Tom Mirabali Insurance. No matter the time of year, you can purchase a PPO health insurance plan that eliminates the mandatory maternity coverage. Get started at healthplanchicago.com. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager says we're no better.
If a right-wing government had done this to the left-wing leader of the opposition in a South American country, we would have said, of course, what do you expect? It's a banana republic. That's what we are becoming as well. Corrupt like so many of the other governments have been in the Western Hemisphere.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Charlie Kirk at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Less money for the exact same thing. Hope this is clear enough. Consumer Cellular, when freedom calls, they're here to answer. Switch today and get a second month of service for free. Go to consumercellular.com/free month and enter promo code free month. Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular's single line 5 gigabyte data plan and unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023. Promotion subject to terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. My friends at American Humane have have been helping animals since 1877. The goal is to ensure that pets have a safe shelter, especially during natural disasters. Adopting a shelter pet allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Please consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work at americanhumane.org.
Attention, your money is now controlled by the U.S. government.
Picture a world where your every purchase is monitored, tracked, and controlled by those in power to suppress the freedoms of those they see fit. Hi, my name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. And right now, I've become very focused on the impending rollout of the central bank digital currency. This is not a work of fiction. It's a terrifying reality looming on the horizon. But there is a bit of good news. I've partnered with Advantage Gold to offer you a solution. They are specialists in converting your traditional assets, like those inside an IRA or 401k, into tangible assets such as physical gold and silver. Don't allow your money to be controlled. Claim your free gold protection kit from Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000, 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor.
Call 800-900-8000.
6:07. Let's get an update on the roads. We do that, of course, in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, a service of MyPillow. Big news. MyPillow employees want to thank you by giving you the lowest price in history on their MyPillows. Queen-size MyPillows, regular price, $69.98. Now, $19.98 with promo code LIBERTY. Edens 18, Lake Cook Road to the Junction, Kennedy 35, O'Hare to the Burn Circle interchange. Kennedy outbound, 2 left lanes blocked with an accident approaching Foster. Ike on the outbound side jammed up between Manheim and the Tri-State. There's also an accident on the entrance ramp outbound at Western Avenue. Dan Ryan Express jammed up inbound 63rd to the Chinatown feeder. Police activity just beginning to clear on the Jane Addams I-90, the toll road eastbound at Route 59. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
A shower in spots this morning, a breezy day. Clouds will give way to some sun a little bit later on. High 76, clear tonight, low 59. Sunny, terrific day tomorrow, the high 83. Variable cloudiness, a thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high 82. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
6:08, time to visit signaturebank.bank and time to check those updated temperatures. 62 at O'Hare, 67 Lakefront, 64 at Midway. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. These wildfires in Maui that have sadly claimed the lives of so many. What's the?
It's at 99, but thousands are missing still.
So Josh Green is the socialist mayor of the state of Hawaii. He's a medical doctor. Look out. Here's what he said the other day about the destruction.
It does appear like a bomb and fire went off. All of those buildings virtually are going to have to be rebuilt. It will be a new Lahaina in its own image, its own values. It's going to be billions of dollars. We are so coordinated with state, county, and federal support that it took less than a quarter of a day, 6 hours, to get the approval from the president to bring those resources in. This was, of course, a shock to see a hurricane and its winds. I think that we're seeing this for the first time in many different parts of the world. I've been contacted by several governors across the country to share their experiences in a time where global warming is combined with strengthening.
The global warming piece, you can't just, you have to force that into the conversation. But the global warming piece, well, you've got lawyers investigating the causes of the wildfires, of course, because, there's money to be made. But that's not always bad. One firm, representative of one firm, all evidence, videos, witness accounts, burn progression, and utility equipment remaining points to Hawaiian Electric's equipment being the ignition source of the fire that devastated Lahaina. Another firm agrees, saying their probes have reached the same conclusion, that Hawaiian Electric's damaged infrastructure sparked the flames that destroyed Lahaina last week. Hawaiian Electric serves 95% of Hawaii's residents, and of course is saying it has yet to determine the cause. There are videos that have been posted as recently as August 8th, so a week ago. This video, it doesn't really translate on radio, but you have a guy filming a down power line and a fire on one side of a main thoroughfare that's clearly connected to this down power line, and then people are commenting on it as they're filming it. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line.
After an hour when the fire did start, they said that it was contained. And then this hurricane winds, there was a hurricane south of the island, so there was 80-mile-per-hour winds, and they picked it up. And then it was a mile, every minute, a mile of brush or homes was being destroyed by the fire. But the weird thing is these two firefighters, Ina and Johnny, they talked to NBC's reporter yesterday about there was no water. The fire hydrants had no water in them. Justin, can you play that over there on your side? Basically, and they repeated what other rescuers, fire crews said too, is that there was absolutely no water in the fire hydrants, which was very strange.
Well, something else. In 2014, a wildfire protection plan for the area was written by the Hawaii Wildfire Management Organization, which is some nonprofit that works with the government. It warned that Lahaina was among Maui's most fire-prone areas because of its proximity to parched grasslands, steep terrain, and frequent winds, like the winds that Hurricane Dora brought that tended to what maybe, again, some have concluded was a fire that resulted from down power lines. And what down those power lines or what sparked the fire, if it was the Hawaiian Electric infrastructure. We don't know if that's wind or that's decay or something else. That, to me, is unclear. But point here is that there has been, here we go again. There was an understanding that this was a risk. There was some planning and meeting and compiling a report about what should be done, and then it didn't seemingly happen. So just a little bit of context here. When every sort of seemingly natural disaster or even man-made disaster, a combination of the two, an arsonist that leads to so that's a man-made disaster that expands into a natural disaster. All of this talk is, always redounds back to the need to declare a climate emergency, and we've talked about that last week. You have this cheerleading going on CNN and MSNBC, and among the eco-supremacists to formally declare some sort of climate emergency, and I don't understand what that would implicate. Right. But
what would that look like? What does that mean? That we have to be locked in our houses? Or they're going to control our thermostat?
No, they're already doing that, but nobody knows. But it's just this idea that everything goes back to man-made climate change is responsible for all this, instead of, for example, decaying infrastructure, the lack of executing a plan to provide some insulation to the topography of the land that could provide for a natural disaster, if that's what happened here. Either way,
Or was it a preventable disaster?
What you can do. Yeah, well, if it's infrastructure and there was planning that was done and it wasn't implemented, then yes, it's preventable to a certain extent.
But President Biden, he's giving only, did you hear this? $700 per household for Americans whose homes were razed during this disaster. So I mean, some people stood in the ocean and watched their community.
That's not how it works. First of all, it's an insurance issue. Well, how it works, since I went through this, the hurricane last year in Florida,
please tell us.
Is FEMA, writes your first like $750, $800 check, and then you're haggling. I mean, you get your insurance companies, adjusters are out there. They set up insurance cities, and they try to. I mean, I'm not defending insurance companies because I'm having a fight with my own right now, but they are. It's FEMA. They cut the checks right away. Insurance adjusters are out there right away. They're trying to write checks right away to some extent, because if there's not going to be a disagreement about cause and coverage, then what they want to do is write a check right away so they can pay you pennies on the dollar for actual replacement costs. And then you spend the next year or more, and anybody who's been through this can probably tell you, haggling with the insurance company or having to get a public adjuster, having to send demand letters, to fight over your coverage if you spent more than they covered and it's black letter under the So anyway, the point is to say this is about insurance companies and private homeowners. This isn't about Joe Biden any more than natural disasters under Trump or about Donald Trump.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
Although it was nice to see that KJP told Joe Biden he cares about the residents of Maui. That was nice.
Yeah, somebody asked him yesterday, do you have anything to say about the residents? And there's, thousands missing still. And they believe a lot of children are going to be dead because they were home at the time of the fires and it swept through so quickly. He said he had no comment.
Tony in Riverside.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. So I'm Sicilian, so I'm suspicious by nature, okay? Interesting fact, we never really found out the bottom or the truth, the whole truth about the Las Vegas massacre. The police commander of Las Vegas at the time is now the police commander in Lahaina. For one.
Yeah.
Lahaina.
Yeah.
And
is that right?
Oprah Winfrey owns... Yes, he is. Oprah owns 1,000 acres there. She's been buying a property. Not 1 acre, not one inch of her properties were touched.
A lot of stars.
Thanks for the call.
The Rock has a home there. Stevie Nicks has a home there. And real quick, she tweeted out what an inconvenience this fire was. She said, I'm sure you've heard the island Maui, where I own a house and I've been staying since the 80s. It's the most magical place on earth. It burned to the ground. And to make the situation worse, my young niece, her husband, and her little boy had just arrived for a very much needed vacation before she started up her school year. They only had 1.5 days of fun. Then the fire started. And this happened. I mean, she released this after she found out that 96 people had died. But my gosh, we're inconveniencing Stevie Nicks' niece.
Well,
who needs a vacation?
I don't think that's exactly fair. First of all, she lost her house, and she's not talking about her house. She's talking about the enjoyment of her family to be able to be out there. And
oh no, she didn't lose her house. They had a power outage.
I thought you just said they lost.
No,
she lost her house.
No, she had a power outage from 5 a.m. For an hour and a half, and then the power went back.
Well, there's all this stuff circling about. There's so many celebrities that own property on Maui because it's a beautiful place. But and she just mentioned too, Tony, about Oprah's. I mean, I'm not rooting for the fire to take anybody's home, including celebrities, of course. But there is some question about, like, are there resources being devoted to protect celebrities' homes at the expense of
the working?
I don't know the
class
answer
of
to
the
it.
Island.
Well, I mean, there's definitely, down market places there because of all the people that staff the resorts and so on and so forth. But I'm not making assertions here, but this stuff is circulating, and everybody. There was a New York Post story last Friday about the homes of these celebrities are threatened, and I know Mick Fleetwood. Speaking of Fleetwood Mac, he said he lost his restaurant His restaurant was destroyed. So I'm just, I don't know. I'm just raising the issue because it's circulating, and it's just like something that you want to try and get answers to, just to make sure that you don't have, I don't know, something like January 6th going on. Whereas we learned the other day from Capitol Police Chief Son, you had resources being scrambled to protect the generals' homes rather than to back up the officers that were dealing with a riot at the Capitol. Anyway, Roger, Southside.
Hi, Dan. If anybody can get a hold of any of these black op people that we have that work for the deep state, with all these food processing plants and how many different railroad disasters have we had over the last 24 months, and then stuff like this. If anybody can locate these people, can they send them to Chicago for my house and my businesses and my investments here? Because I'll tell you what, it'd really be doing me a favor.
Okay, all right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're implying. I'm trying to avoid these sort of boundless conspiracies, but that's why you just ask like reasonable questions based on some of the reporting and explain what we know to be true, or explain what at least some people that are on the ground doing investigative work are concluding. And then now you have to ask questions, I would think, of Hawaiian Electric and also Governor Green, even though he's not ready to offer a conclusion in terms of cause, just what exacerbated, and that was those hurricane
But
winds.
if it is the electric company, they need to stop with this climate change bull jive.
Yeah.
But they can't. And then you have like Bill Weir, who used to be a sports anchor at Channel 9 in Chicago, and now he's their climate control czar for CNN. And this is, real lives are lost. And it's only going to get worse. They're saying 1,000 to 2,000 people are still missing.
And what is Bill Weir saying?
I can't play audio, so.
Why don't you tell us what Bill Weir is saying?
No, he's live. They're going to him every, a few times a day and just talking about the climate and how the winds because of climate change, and it's been so dry here on the island this year. But that goes in ebbs and flows.
Well, right.
And it's an island. Islands are windy. I hate to tell people that.
Well, and this is what they do too, right? So if the proximate cause was man, like faulty infrastructure, down power lines, sparks of fire, whatever, arson, as we've seen in other situations like the arsonists in Canada, then they just flip to, but these hurricanes are so much stronger because of climate change, and so the winds, and it exacerbated and spread, that it outran emergency response, and they always find a way in, and
they never admit that they're wrong.
Well, yeah, Jason in Melrose Park.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Go ahead.
Somehow or another, this is Donald Trump's fault. We don't know how, we don't know why, but get ready for a fifth indictment.
That's right. Thanks for the call, Jason. We'll be tracking the DA in Honolulu. We'll see when charges might be brought against Trump and his attorneys, and maybe some, I don't know, are there any Republicans in Hawaii left? I don't know. I don't think so.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
It's a big deal because your finances are a really big deal. Wintrust Community Banks would like to announce our newest and greatest 11-month CD rate with a whopping 5.35% APY. Act now and you can lock in 5.35%. Just go to wintrust.com/locknewrates and start earning more. Annual percentage yield accurate as of May 5th, 2023, and assumes funds remain on deposit until maturity. Minimum daily balance of 1 cent required to obtain APY. $1,000 minimum to open. New money only. Offer may change at any time and without notice. Member FDIC.
So what's the trouble here, mister? I don't understand what happened. I checked my stuff in Chicago, and when we landed in L.A., I came to baggage claim, and there it was, my $10,000 Canoma analyzer in pieces, completely trashed. Just the facts, buddy. What did you have it packed in? Well, just the box it came in, but there was all this foam and thick cardboard. It looks sturdy enough. That's what they all think, pal, till it's too late. What am I gonna do now? My boss is gonna kill me. Here's some some good advice for you. The next time you transport anything valuable, put it in a Star Case, leading manufacturer of custom reusable shipping cases. So where do I get a Star Case? Now you're getting smart, bub. You can find everything you need to know to order one direct at starcase.com or call 800-822-STAR, where a friendly, knowledgeable sales engineer will be glad to help you design the custom case you need. That's starcase.com or 800-822-7827.
All right. Maybe we can throw some balance of nature on this computer and get our audio back. But it's fun. We love change. And if you want to see some change in your health and in your energy level, then you should try Balance of Nature. Do you have the doldrums? You think, just don't have as much energy as I used to have? Well, guess what? Fruits and veggies will give your body the best possible fuel, so you will have more energy, you will be stronger, and you will think more quickly. So here's what you do. Call this number, 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago, and then you will receive your Balance of Nature bottles. 31 different whole fruits and vegetables in those bad boys. Real food, real science, real nutrition. So get the nutrition your body needs. 800-246-8751. Discount code Chicago.
You're smart, you're busy, and don't have time to waste on the mainstream media cycle. Salem News Channel breaks that cycle. Topics that matter from hosts worth watching. Dinesh D'Souza, Andrew Wilkow, Brandon Tatum, and more. Open debate and free speech you won't find anywhere else. Salem News Channel, not like the other guys. Watch anytime on any screen, free 24/7. Find everything you need to know at snc.tv. That's snc.tv.
Structural foundation problems? Perma-Seal can help. Hi, I'm Roy Spencer, president of Perma-Seal. Last year's severe drought has homeowners across Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana experiencing symptoms of structural foundation issues. Cracked brickwork or caulking, uneven floors, new cracks in the drywall or ceiling, doors or windows that no longer open or shut properly, or basement walls that are leaning or bowing. All of these can be signs of a structural foundation issue. Too often we hear of homeowners paying for an expensive consultation just to determine the problem. Don't be one of them. Call Perma-Seal today at 800-421-SEAL. Our certified structural consultants will thoroughly evaluate your foundation and offer you a permanent solution at absolutely no charge. Life's frustrating enough. Let's fix what we can and avoid even bigger problems. Call Perma-Seal today, 800-421-7325, or visit permaseal.net.
Your best for being better, Perma-Seal.
This is Jerry Boyer for townhall.com. Anheuser-Busch just laid off 400 employees. Those were folks working for the company proper. Doesn't count losses at affiliated but independent distributors. Bud Light has now lost its role as the top beer in America to a Mexican brand. Distributors are worried that the beer stuck in inventory will go stale, and some analysts think the brand will never recover, all because someone in marketing decided to shake up the beer's alleged frat boy image. Bud Light drinkers noticed and stopped buying it. I guess men dressed up as women are not the role models they were looking for. I have a simpler plan. Instead of 400-plus layoffs, try one layoff first, the CEO of the company. He's in charge of reputational management and has repeatedly blown opportunities to simply apologize to customers and investors. If that doesn't work, then investors need to start voting members off the board. A mistake this big requires the king's head to roll, not the sacrifice of some mid-level pawns. I'm Jerry Boyer.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:36, we'll return to a review of the Trump indictment in Fulton County with former federal and state prosecutor George Perry. That's 6:36.
And later, someone wants their balls back. We'll explain. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
62 degrees, light rain still falling across the area. Swimming conditions dangerous along Lake Michigan, so there is a beach hazard statement that is up. On this back-to-school Tuesday for most schools, Hawaiian officials are working painstakingly to identify 99 people confirmed killed in wildfires that ravaged Maui. They expect to release the first names even as teams intensify the search for more dead in neighborhoods that have been reduced to ash. Cadaver dogs have now scoured about 25% of the search area. Former President Donald Trump addressed the people of Hawaii last night.
I would like to express my sympathy and warmest regards to the people of Hawaii, and specifically all of those who have been so gravely and irreparably hurt by the tragedy of the wildfires in Maui.
Former President Trump now stands accused of being part of a criminal conspiracy to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. Fulton County DA Fani Willis says the former president has until noon next Friday to voluntarily surrender.
Through participation in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere to accomplish the illegal goal of allowing Donald J. Trump to seize the presidential term of office.
Trump faces felony racketeering charges and are included in a 97-page indictment. And Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labatt has already promised reporters he'll provide them with a mugshot.
Unless someone tells me differently, we are following our normal practices. And so it doesn't matter your status. We have mugshots ready for you.
Willis says she plans to seek a trial date within 6 months. A strong tropical storm lashing central and western Japan, paralyzing that country with heavy rain, high winds, flooding, and power blackouts. A 14-year-old seriously wounded after being shot in Chicago's West Englewood neighborhood last night. No arrests have been made. The perjury trial of former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan's longtime chief of staff enters its second week. The feds accuse Tim Mapes' lawyers now of using their witness list to keep a key prosecutor from the courtroom. A man is accused of stabbing another man to death in Glenview. Police say officers responded yesterday to a home on Arbor Lane for a report of a stabbing during a domestic-related incident. An Illinois National Guard member has died after suffering heat injuries during outdoor fitness activities at a military base in Mississippi. The 38-year-old was treated when he showed signs of injuries. Temperatures in and around Camp Shelby topped 100 degrees Friday to Monday. Baseball on the north side of Chicago. Cubs hosting the White Sox at Wrigley later on tonight. Patriots adding to their NFL backfield, signing former Cowboy free agent Ezekiel Elliott, signing with New England. The news, a service of MyPillow. Queen-size MyPillows, regular price $69.98. Now only $19.98 with promo code LIBERTY. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk wants the GOP to come together.
What is the goal? Is the goal to spend a bunch of money, make yourself feel good, or is the goal to defeat the Marxists, Democrats in November 2024? The Democrats know that their path to holding on power, despite them being unpopular, illegitimate, and traitors to America, is that our own side can't get its act together.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I've had a high energy level every day, and I've just been doing great. And I just feel like it's a definite advantage to take them. Let me just say one other thing. I mentioned to my doctor that I was taking Balance of Nature, and they said they were very positive about that. And they said that was really good. That's a good product. And so I've been very pleased.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Attention, your money is now controlled by the U.S. government.
Picture a world where your every purchase is monitored, tracked, and controlled by those in power to suppress the freedoms of those they see fit. My name is Jason Hansen. I've become very focused on the impending rollout of the central bank digital currency. I've partnered with Advantage Gold to offer you a solution. Claim your free gold protection kit from Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor.
The New York Times calls BritBox the best of British telly. Extreme Brilliant series you can only find on BritBox. Start a free trial at BritBox.com.
6:36. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Dell Technologies. The Dell Technologies Back to School event is on. With every eligible purchase, Dell will donate to UNICEF and help connect schools to the internet. Get deals on top tech, powered by the latest Intel Core processors. Save now. Dell.com/deals. We'll start on the Kennedy, 53 in from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange, tight through the construction zone. Kennedy outbound, an accident just cleared outbound at Chicago Avenue, 36 out to the big airport. 43 on the Ike inbound from 390 to the old post office. Stevenson, stop and go. Harlem to Kedzie. It's 42 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan, it's already tough sledding. 30 minutes in from 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Jane Addams, you've got ladders blocking a lane eastbound at Bartlett Road. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Breezy this morning. We'll have a shower in spots. Otherwise, clouds break for the midday. We may see some sunshine for the afternoon. High 76. Clear and 59. Overnight, 83. And pleasant tomorrow. 62 right now. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Health Quest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. Saturday mornings at 11. Visit healthquestradio.com.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Fannie Willis, Fulton County District Attorney, just going where the facts led. That's what she said last night when the indictment was of Trump and associates, 18 of them to be specific, was announced before the grand jury voted, and then it was unannounced, and then the grand jury voted, then it was announced again.
I make decisions in this office based on the facts and the law. The law is completely nonpartisan. That's how decisions are made in every case. To date, this office has indicted, since I've been sitting as a district attorney, over 12,000 cases. This is the 11th RICO indictment. We followed the same process. We look at the facts, we look at the law, and we bring charges.
Simple as that.
Right.
We'll see if it is as simple as that. George Perry is a former federal and state prosecutor, regular contributor to the American Spectator. He blogs at knowledgeisgood.net. George, thanks for being with us again. Appreciate it.
Glad to be with you.
So your reaction to the Fulton County, much anticipated and expected Fulton County indictment?
Well, it's a very broad-based indictment. I mean, it alleges 161 separate criminal acts that prosecutors say were taken to further the conspiracy.
Right.
And it includes acts taken in not only in Georgia, but in Nevada, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, the other battleground states. And understand that under conspiracy law and RICO, the Georgia RICO statute is basically a conspiracy statute. You can have a conspiracy to accomplish a criminal purpose, or it can be legal acts taken to accomplish, acts taken to accomplish a legal purpose by illegal means. So that's basically what you've got here, although they allege that Rudy Giuliani, for example, gave false testimony to the Georgia legislature about election fraud. That's just one example. One of the other things they cite is Trump's phone call to Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State.
Yeah, but let's just hold up there. Like all of this, the phone call, the Giuliani testimony, these 161 acts, which include Trump tweeting out Georgia hearings now on OANN, amazing. That every phone call. That Giuliani, Jenna Ellis, Trump, every statement that he made that they disagree with or that a court of law did not substantiate with respect to election fraud is criminal. Every statement, every phone call, every tweet is a criminal act because they disagree with the assertions that Trump and his team were making.
Yeah, and based on their disagreement with it, they are assessing that these were lies and these were calculated to basically defraud the voters of the effect of their votes because they were trying to achieve this illegal purpose to undo the election in Georgia. So they've characterized.
So challenging election results is illegal in Fulton County.
Is illegal. According to Fawny Willis, oh, by the way, I have to correct your pronunciation. Her first name is Fawny, which is Swahili for prosperous. Just wanted to share that with you.
Well, if that's the case, then why isn't Stacey Abrams behind bars or charged with or indicted?
Well, Stacey
because she questioned she questioned the election too. So it's just different rules for different people.
Stacey isn't a Republican.
She hasn't conceded yet either, nor has Hillary Clinton. All right, so and I'm sure you saw this, but before the indictment was handed down, we saw it. The DA in Fulton County, Georgia, accidentally published the indictment against President Trump prior to convening the grand jury. So DAs are now indicting before grand juries vote.
Well, they say, oh, well, that was just a mistake. But what about this weird babe who was the
Emily Kors,
the foreperson? Yeah, she's a Wiccan, or she claims to be a witch, and she's on television saying, "Well, I can't tell you, but you're going to recognize some names." I mean, it was the most bizarre performance I've ever seen by a grand jury foreperson. But look, the interesting thing to me, just looking at it from a grunt level prosecutor's standpoint, and I tried RICO cases in federal court, you got 19 defendants and 161 separate acts in furtherance of this conspiracy that just, they encompass acts throughout the United States. This isn't going to be a trial; it's going to be a zoo.
Right.
They're going to be tried together. She said they're going to be tried together,
really?
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They better get a bigger courtroom. Yeah, and they're going to broadcast it live.
They're going to have to they're going to have to rent out the Atlanta Convention Center for this one just to hold the trial. So you're going to have 19 defendants with their lawyers. You're going to have the prosecutor, and this thing is going to take months. Now, if Trump is required to be present for that trial, this could take him off the campaign trail for literally months, which may be the real purpose behind this indictment. If it ever does go to trial, and I anticipate it will, this is this is just going to be a complete mess. I don't know how a judge is going to be able to manage this thing with 19 defense counsel popping off at any given time.
Oh,
Do you think
it's
there's
like a nightmare?
You think there's any chance that this case would get dismissed?
Well, the only problem, I don't see any inherent legal flaws in the case. I'm sure smarter people can go through it and find it. I don't, just from doing a quick read last night, I don't think that there's a possibility of its being dismissed, but you never know. I mean, this is not an ordinary situation. You got a former president of the United States as your defendant, and Georgia is hardly Manhattan when it comes to statewide politics and the composition of the state Supreme Court. So, you've got that. I'm just looking at it, in terms of if it goes to trial. Fulton County is not just the city of Atlanta. I mean, I was born and raised in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. Fulton County extends out to what used to be rural areas. They got, places like Alpharetta, Roswell, Sandy Springs, Fairburn. I mean, all these places that when I lived down there were just the ends of the earth. Now they are bedroom communities of Atlanta. The point being that you're going to be able to find conservative or at least center of the road jurors in those areas. So it's not like that it would be in Manhattan or Washington, D.C., where Trump is dead on arrival. Mm-hmm. You're going to have a more than even chance of seating a fair and impartial jury, or at least a mixed jury in terms of their political orientations.
So let's say this goes to trial and it goes to verdict, and Trump and his associates are convicted. Are acquitted. Let's say they're acquitted. So then, under the legal theory advanced here, could we have the Attorney General for Georgia indict Fani Willis, or however you pronounce her name, and all of her prosecutors under this RICO statute? Because they advanced a legal theory that wasn't supported by the facts. They were unable to prove their case. That's criminal. If Trump is acquitted, then they should be indicted under the state's RICO statute. What do you think about that?
Well, I know that at the federal level, a prosecutor, and I think this would carry over under Georgia law, a prosecutor is entitled to a certain degree of immunity for actions taken in the courtroom and, for that matter, in the grand jury room.
Well,
there's less broad immunity for actions taken in the course of an investigation.
Yeah, I'm being a bit facetious, but not completely facetious, because isn't this the point? The point is, you advanced a legal theory that we disagree with, that was not substantiated in a court of law. That is now a criminal act, and every conversation and every utterance about this faulty legal theory is an act in furtherance of a criminal act.
Well, that certainly appears to be the driving force here, but the indictment talks about Giuliani giving false testimony, for example, to the Georgia legislature. Well, they're going to have to prove that it was false testimony. And how do you go about that? You got to show not only intent, you've got to show that it was factually wrong, factually false. It's not enough to say, well, Giuliani came in here and advanced a theory, which was my take on his testimony.
Of course.
When he appeared before the state legislature, he said, look, fellas, here's what we believe happened here.
It's the same thing it's the same thing Trump said on the call with Ravensburger. We believe it was X number of votes who voted from vacant addresses. We believe this and we believe that. So Ravensburger said, I disagree. So because Ravensburger disagreed and no court in Fulton County or the state of Georgia would agree with Trump and his team, now it's a criminal conspiracy. How is that? How is that the rule of law? And how is that possibly what the authors of the racketeering statute in Georgia were contemplating when they passed that law? I mean, come on.
Well, I don't think the RICO statute has ever been applied in circumstances like this. I mean, look, Bonnie Willis is strutting around saying, well, I used RICO to take out the, a bunch of Atlanta educators who were rigging test results, and I used it to take out these rapper gangs that were in the music industry. That's great. But what do you have here? They cite as one of the acts in furtherance of the conspiracy Trump's efforts to solicit the vice president of the United States. And we know about that. He advances a theory that was put together by some very high-priced lawyers who claimed to know what they were doing, that Pence had the authority, the legal authority, to delay the vote on alternative slates of electors. And if you can read the Constitution, there is some basis for that theory. That's one of the things they're citing as an act in furtherance of this conspiracy. They cite the same thing about Giuliani's testimony. They talk, and the phone call to Raffensperger, the state Secretary of State, as I recall that call, what Trump said is, I'm looking for 11,000 votes. Well, yeah, that's clearly what he was doing. He was looking for 11,000 votes that would switch the outcome. He wasn't soliciting an illegal act.
Correct.
But that's the spin they're putting on it. They're taking that conversation and saying, well, here he is. He was even trying to get the Secretary of State in on the act. So that's what they've done here. They've taken all of these ambiguous acts. Now, there's some of these things like a fake slate of electors and all that. I don't know the details on that. There may be something in there that they could point to and say, yeah, this was definitely wrong.
The thrust of this, just like the J6 indictment, is you committed thought and speech crimes.
Yep.
That's what this is, isn't it?
Well, yeah. You except you took action on them.
Well, that's right. I talked to people about what I believe to be true. I mean, so what?
Yeah. Well, yeah, and certainly that's going to be the defense advanced by Trump, and the others for that matter. I mean, look, Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City, a national figure, and he's going to go in and consciously lie to the state legislature. I mean, come on. They got a lot of is on the old I Love Lucy show. Desi Arnaz always say, Lucy, you got some splaining to do.
Yeah.
Well, the prosecutors in this case got some splaining to do. They're going to have to explain how it is that these actions that they have included in this indictment are actually in furtherance of a criminal enterprise. And look, it's an election dispute, and they're criminalizing an election dispute.
So which trial?
It's not like they caught the Trump people with fake, with boxes of ballots, like they could have caught the other side.
All of this was done. I mean, some of the phone calls. I want to talk to the Scott Perry from Pennsylvania about this or that. I mean, some of that maybe not be all the idiosyncratic details here, but all of this was done like openly and notoriously. Everybody knows the arguments that were made. Everybody knows they were on cable news channels. He's tweeting about it. And now all this, now after the fact, they're looking back and this is all this black helicopter conspiracy. This is absurd. And it's frankly frightening. They should file a motion to dismiss just to be on the record, because this is, to me, a violation. Not just is this without merit. This is a violation of the free speech rights, the constitutional rights of all of the named defendants, barring something more than what's contained in this 98-page indictment.
Fundamentally, what it is election interference. Right. Which is what they have accused Trump of doing.
Yeah, right. Of course, irony of irony.
So which case is going to come first? I know this is his fourth indictment, which takes top billing. Do we know yet?
Well, you got 4 different dockets.
Yeah, it's jurisdiction.
And they're saying the Fulton County DA's office is saying, well, we want to get to trial in 6 months' time. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the docket is like down there. I don't know what kind of leeway they're going to have.
Pre-trial motions and, all kinds of things that can delay it. George Perry, former federal and state prosecutor, regular contributor to the American Spectator. He blogs at knowledgeisgood.net. George, thank you as always. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. And he joined us on our TurnKey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Rick here from Forever Remodeling. You probably heard me talk about how our unique design-build process removes the normal problems of hiring a design and construction company separately. But just don't take my word for it. Listen to these customer reviews. Kelly W. says, from consultation to design to construction, my remodel flowed seamlessly. Adity J says, we were thrilled to have a full-service remodeling firm take all the guesswork out of our project. And Caesar V says, Forever Remodeling made what could have been a very stressful project extremely easy for us. They finished on time and did amazing work. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, additions, whole house remodeling, whatever you need, our start-to-finish process delivers stunning results without the hassles, headaches, and stress. For a free consultation, call Forever Remodeling at 847-809-3355 or visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number foreverremodeling.com.
All right, want to stay healthy this upcoming flu season? You know how you could do that? You could boost your immune system, and you can do that by eating well, and that means getting enough fruits and veggies, which I know you are not doing. So do what I've been doing. Start taking Balance of Nature. With just 6 capsules of Balance of Nature, you're getting servings of 31 different fruits and veggies, and you hear stories here all the time about how people's lives have changed by taking Balance of Nature. But guess what? The next story could be yours, but you've got to order your Balance of Nature today. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself and make this year a year of better health for yourself. 35% off and free shipping for newbies. So start your journey to better health today. Call 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago or go to balanceofnature.com and be sure to use discount code Chicago.
There is a place in northern Illinois that people have come from all around the globe seeking treasure.
It's amazing. I didn't know what to expect, but when I got there, I was surrounded by all kinds of gold and silver.
An actual place where you're surrounded by treasure?
I've known that gold and silver were a good investment, but I really didn't want to buy it through the mail. At Fox Valley Coins, I basically walked in, picked out what I wanted, paid cash, and walked out with gold and silver.
Walk in with paper and walk out with actual gold and silver bars. For decades, Fox Valley Coins has traded paper dollars for actual gold and silver. They buy and sell. The treasure map is available at foxvalleycoins.com. They are on Route 59, 1 light north of I-88 in Naperville, Illinois. Again, for info and the map, seek foxvalleycoins.com.
You can shed that fat and be slimmer for this summer. No more wearing cover-ups or T-shirts in the pool. NJ Diet will help you the natural way. There are no shots, no hormones, and no surgery. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans, to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone, so you can finally lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you're burning fat, not just losing water. And you even get Dr. T's personal email and phone number. Locations close by in Skokie and Oak Brook, or available from home with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Anheuser-Busch heir Billy Bush, he's got a new book called Family Reigns. We'll discuss 7:07.
It is now 7 a.m. WIND Chicago.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, in his fourth indictment, this one in Georgia. And like the third one, it's related to 2020.
The defendants engaged in a criminal racketeering enterprise to overturn Georgia's presidential election results.
Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis said defendants, plural. There are 18 Trump associates also facing numerous charges,
including violation of oath by a public officer and filing false documents. All of the defendants have been charged with violating Georgia's racketeering law, which carries a maximum prison sentence of 20 years. In addition to Mr. Trump, the indicted defendants include his former White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, and some of his former attorneys, including Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell.
Fox's Jonathan Seri outside the courthouse. The former president posted on Truth Social early this morning, the witch hunt continues, calling the DA out of control and corrupt, and they waited to indict till the middle of the presidential campaign, and many Republicans support him.
I'm pissed.
Senator Ted Cruz tells Fox's Hannity,
this is disgraceful, it is wrong, and it is an abuse of power by angry Democrats.
The Democratic leaders of the House and Senate, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, put out a statement. No one is above the law, and this fourth Trump indictment portrays a repeated pattern of criminal activity. Now the wildfire disaster in Hawaii.
Whoever got out there alive is the lucky ones. Like I said, 30 seconds, it wasn't even minutes, you know. You just had to go.
Etan Krupnik is among the many whose house burned down in Lahaina, where it's up to 99 people confirmed dead. Only 3 have been identified so far. As cadaver dogs search the ashes and ruins, more than 1,000 people remain unaccounted for. There's a new report from the UN today warning about ISIS. While it no longer has Islamic State territory in Iraq and Syria, the terror group still has 5,000 to 7,000 members and is still recruiting. America's listening to Fox.
Light rain showers, 62 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Swimming conditions dangerous along Lake Michigan. Highways up to 7 feet and rip currents, so there is a beach hazards statement up until later tonight. On this back-to-school Tuesday, the search is underway this morning for a missing swimmer in Lake Michigan near Winnetka. Emergency personnel have been at Elder Lane Beach for several hours searching for a man in his early 20s who went under around 2:15 a.m. A 14-year-old is seriously wounded after he was shot in Chicago's West Englewood neighborhood. It happened last night in the 6600 block of South Marshfield. There have been no arrests. The perjury trial of former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan's longtime chief of staff enters week 2. The feds are accusing Tim Mapes' lawyers of using their witness list to keep a key prosecutor from the courtroom. Testimony is expected to resume today. Mayor Johnson's choice to be Chicago's next police superintendent is counterterrorism chief Larry Snelling.
I'm willing to sit down, have a conversation with any and everybody within this city to work together to resolve some of the issues that we have and make this city as safe as we can possibly make it.
The Englewood native joined CPD in 1992. An investigation is underway after a person was found dead in a house fire in Bolingbrook. The blaze started yesterday in a 2-story home on South Orchard Drive. The deceased individual was discovered in the rear bedroom of that home. Baseball on the north side of Chicago. Cubs and White Sox at Wrigley Field tonight. Bulls add some depth to the front court, signing forward Terry Taylor to a 2-year deal. The news, a service of the AM 560 mobile app. Text the word app to 64636. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk doesn't agree with his strategy in Ukraine.
This is so evil what the American government is doing here. Not seeking out peace, not trying to end the conflict, but instead increase the temperature, increase the carnage, increase the slaughter. Ukraine's offensive is extremely unlikely now to make any progress.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals since 1877. The goal is to ensure that pets have a safe shelter, especially during natural disasters. Adopting a shelter pet allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Please consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work at americanhumane.org.
Are you choosing foods that just keep you going through the day? Or are you choosing foods that keep you going with an abundance of energy?
I did notice a boost in energy. My wife noticed it. I noticed it as I'm driving. Balance of Nature has definitely helped me out.
I discovered Balance of Nature. I noticed energy level much improved, and I could go longer and didn't feel the fatigue.
I've been taking Balance of Nature, and it's definitely given me an energy boost so that I can keep up with the grandkids.
When I tried Balance of Nature, I felt like I had more energy right away. I feel great.
Since I've been taking Balance of Nature, I've been able to relieve myself of this slump and get on with my day. I want to keep living my life with energy, and Balance of Nature helps me do that.
Get consistent, real nutrition in your body and experience the difference for yourself. Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
7:07 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of Fox Valley Coins. No waiting, no problems, no charge for in-store verbal appraisals. Bring your gold and silver in today. FoxValleyCoins.com. Inbound on the Edens 26 now in Lake Cook Road to the junction. The Kennedy Jam solid Keeler to Chicago Avenue. 66 in right now. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Stevenson, brake lights Harlem to Kenzie. 47 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Bishop Ford, you'll hit the brakes between the Stony Island feeder and the Ryan merge. Tri-State disabled vehicle on the exit ramp southbound at 159. An earlier truck fire has a right shoulder block on the Veterans this morning. It's northbound 355 between Roosevelt Road and North Avenue. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. The AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
A breezy start this morning, a shower, and then clouds and sun today. High 76, clear tonight, low 59. Sunny, very nice day tomorrow, the high 83. Thunderstorm on Thursday, variable cloudiness, the high at 82. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
62 at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560 The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Skittles maybe next up to join Budweiser and Target. The candy brand Skittles is facing a bit of a backlash after partnering with GLAAD, which is the Gay Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, identitarian left organization, obviously. Black trans lives matter on the packaging of Skittles. Black trans lives matter. The fourth year, Skittles has teamed up with GLAAD to support the LGBTQ plus community by amplifying and celebrating their stories. A series of limited edition Pride packs, the candy company has ditched its staple color wheel and opted for a toned-down packet with an illustration. Yeah.
Yeah, you've seen it.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
There's a rainbow on there.
I noted last week some pictures from the Budweiser tent at Sturgis, the big motorcycle gathering every year.
Been up there in South Dakota. Yeah, it's empty.
Big Budweiser setup and nobody there. A lot of motorcyclists around, just not at the Budweiser tent. We'll see. We'll see how it goes for Skittles and some of these other brands that apparently do not view the backlash against these other companies and the real bottom line punishment they're taking as cautionary tales. For more on this and much more, we're pleased to be joined by Billy Bush, founder of the Bush Family Brewing and Distilling Company, heir to the Anheuser-Busch multi-billion-dollar fortune, and co-star of The Bush Family Brewed on MTV. He's got a new book, Family Reigns, The Extraordinary Rise and Epic Fall of an American Dynasty. Billy Bush, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me on.
So you got into a bit of a back and forth with the TMZ guys the other week. We actually talked about that interview. I thought it was interesting. Just to restate your view on the Dylan Mulvaney flap and sort of the culture inside Budweiser today, Anheuser-Busch Budweiser today, because you've sort of had this argument from the brass there that it was just one can. There's sort of an excuse making, a dancing around. There's not an acknowledgement of the attitude of Budweiser customers or former customers and why they were repelled by the profile that Dylan Mulvaney was given. What is your view on that?
Well, first of all, when I got on TMZ, I thought we were going to talk about our book, Family Reigns, and of course it turned into talking about the advertising on Bud Light. And my view on it is exactly what I told those two guys on TMZ, and that is my family, my ancestors who ran the brewery all those years, would have rolled over in their grave with advertising like that because they understood who their audience was. They understood the core drinkers of their products. And, in the book, I talk about how they were always out grassroots selling to people. They understood who their customer was because they were out shaking hands all the time, going to the different bars and taverns and restaurants, as well as the liquor stores and grocery stores, wherever beer is sold. And they were meeting people. They worked very, very diligently. They loved this country. The incredible accomplishments and the incredible determination that it took to grow this brand and grow the company into an empire was just so interesting to me. So I had to write the book so we wouldn't forget that. I think it's great American history. But
what do you think personally of the Dylan Mulvaney campaign?
Oh, I think it was a terrible mistake. I think that instead of being inclusive, I think it separated the core drinker. I think people were turned off by it. I don't think that the core Bud Light drinker understands and relates to that kind of advertising. And they don't want a political, because let's face it, this has become a political thing, the whole transgender thing, the whole pronoun thing, the whole him, her, all that sort of thing. Gender identity has become a huge political deal today. And they put this on a can, and you never want to get into politics when you're advertising because you don't want to lose people. You don't want to separate people that way. My family wouldn't have done that, and that's why they would have rolled over in their grave.
Well, right, and there's something more than just the one can, as it's argued. It's also what the brand manager for Bud Light said, the Harvard-educated brand manager, where she talked about having to move away from the frat boy culture that surrounds Bud Light, and move in this direction that they were moving before it got halted by the market response. That whole attitude. I mean, so the corporate culture is called into question. It's more than just a mistake. This is a corporate culture that clearly doesn't understand their customer, or doesn't care to. Even worse.
Well, again, that's being divisive. They're moving away from one group of people, and they're they're trying to have the Bud Light drinker relate to this other type of culture. And I just think that before, when my family was running the company, they stayed away from that. Bud Light was always about fun. It was always about quality. It was always about bringing people together. Therefore, the old motto that my family lived by, making friends is our business, was so truly important. And it seems as if InBev now has lost that way of thinking.
What would your ancestors say about sort of corporate America right now? Say the Fortune 500 companies right now, generally speaking, just in terms of how political that so many of those companies have gotten, at least at the leadership level.
Yeah, I think why turn your back on a big group of people? Why try to push a political agenda down people's throats when at least half the country doesn't believe in it? Why not be inclusive? Why not bring people together? Why not support this country, especially in a time when we're so polarized, politically polarized, I should say, and bring people together? And that's what my family always did. In the book Family Reigns, I'm so close to it now because I just wrote that book, The Incredible American History, the support that my family, my great-grandfather, grandfather, father, and my uncle, who ran the company, gave to America during the toughest times, during Prohibition, during the Great Depression, during the World Wars, and how they supported the country and tried to bring people together. How they didn't worry about advertising their products. They worried more about supporting the country and making sure the country survives and thrives during some of the toughest times. And I'm sure if my family were running the company today, they would be doing the same thing, understanding that we're very polarized right now and trying to bring people back together in this country.
What how did the company survive Prohibition?
13 long years.
Yeah, it was 13 long years. My grandfather, August Busch Sr., had to come up with other ideas, other things to sell. They came up with near beer, which is non-alcoholic beer. They sold syrup during that time. They made soda. They sold that. They really got big time into the yeast business. They were always known for their high quality with everything they did. And so their yeast was known for being very high quality. And so they sold yeast to bread companies. That kept them going. But during that whole time, they never had to lay off one employee. So they my grandfather kept 2,000 employees employed during that 13 years, which is just amazing to me. And I talk about that in the book.
And it sounds like you had a fascinating childhood, because I'm so jealous. You had a pet elephant?
Yep, I had a pet elephant. I sure did. What a great kind of friend she was to me. She was, an amazing, emotional, very, very sweet elephant that I can't say enough about how great she was. I really can't, and the great relationship we did have.
Did you get a Clydesdale as well, or did you have any of those? No.
I was lucky enough to grow up on kind of a farm, an amusement park. We were open to the public. My father opened our home to the public back in 1954, realizing it would bring brand loyalty to the company. It was a great way to advertise. So he opened up the farm, and then he realized that as he opened breweries across the country, that putting theme parks around these breweries would be a great idea for advertising and building the loyalty. And so he built Busch Gardens around the breweries, and that's how it all got started. But I was lucky enough to grow up with chimps and bears and elephants and all these different things I talk about in the book. I think people will be amazed. I really didn't realize how unique it all was until later on in life. I thought everybody had a pet elephant. Everybody rode on a private railroad car and did things like I did. But then later on, I realized, you know what? This was really unique, and I need to write it down and keeps this memory going, because it only comes around, once in a lifetime, I think.
It seems like part of the purpose of the book, or at least the consequence of the book, even if it wasn't specifically the purpose, is to keep alive this idea of Horatio Alger stories in America are still possible, and part of it is telling them. So, the idea that you can go from rags to riches, that the American dream is a real thing, because that's really under assault in certain quarters, that it's not possible, it's it's a mythology and so forth. But your family as an example that it is possible because it happened.
Well, you're 100% right, and that was another reason that I'm really glad. I think the timing of the book is really good, because, you can live the American dream here if you have the faith in the country, if you believe in yourself, if you work hard. There's a great possibility that you can be extremely successful, and, that's why people are flooding into America right now, of course, with our open borders and everything. It's because they know that this is a land of opportunity. They know that this country is based on freedom, and we all, we appreciate that so much. And sometimes I think we forget how important that is, especially this day and age. While we try to tear all these things down about this country that really made this country great, this woke culture, cancel culture, all this kind of crazy stuff that's going on right now, to hurt this great country is just, it's not perfect. It hasn't been perfect. I think we're evolving. We're getting better all the time, but we're still the greatest country that's ever been on this earth, and people should celebrate that.
Now, do you think Bud Light, Budweiser, are they going to survive this?
I think it's going to be really tough. It's amazing, it's gone on this long, and I was telling somebody the other day. I said, in the light beer category, the beers aren't that much different, and we always knew at Anheuser-Busch that if people left Bud Light and went and drank another light beer, it would be hard to get them back. So we lived on our traditions. We lived on the quality stance, on the great advertising that AB was always known for, and that kept people drinking the brand. But the fact now that people have moved on and are drinking other beers, they're trying other light beers, the fact that these beers aren't that much different in taste, it's really going to be hard to bring them back.
He is Billy Busch, founder of the Busch Family Brewing and Distilling Company, heir to the Anheuser-Busch multi-billion-dollar fortune, and co-star of The Busch Family Brewed on MTV. The new book, as we were discussing, Family Reigns, it's called, The Extraordinary Rise and Epic Fall of an American Dynasty. Billy Busch, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck with the book and show.
Thank you very much, you guys, for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating. But here's some great news. If you were just notified that your Medicare costs are increasing, a program out there can really help you with your medical bills, and it's worth taking a minute to look into. Medishare 65 Plus. It's not insurance. Members actually say it's better. It's a Christian healthcare community that aligns with your faith and where people encourage and pray for you. And Medishare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. You choose any Medicare provider, and you get telehealth access anytime you need it. And this is great too. Unlike health insurance, you can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. So don't get stuck with increasing costs. Call Medishare 65 Plus and find out how much you can save. Call 855-SALM-32. That's 855-PSALM-32. 855-SALM-32.
All right. Does your business have a problem that needs fixing? Whether you need to change your financial picture, strengthen your leadership team, or help with IT management, TurnKey has solutions. Make TurnKey your small business partner and get ready to streamline success. Inflation and economic downturn don't have to impact your business with the right partner. And now until September 30th, listen up. TurnKey is offering the first and last month of services at no cost. That's right. Sign on with TurnKey for any of their IT or business solutions, and your first and last months are free. You will save hundreds or even thousands of dollars. With decades of C-suite experience from their consulting team to over 25 years of managed IT services, TurnKey knows small business. They know how to reduce your costs, grow new revenue streams, and more without having to hire an on-site professional. There's still time to make an impact the second half of the year, so let TurnKey show you how. TurnKey is Chicago's small business champion. Visit turnkey.pro and start a conversation today. That's turnkey.pro.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is Medishare. Maybe you've heard switching to Medishare to pay for health care can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for Medishare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medishare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Are you choosing foods that just keep you going through the day? Or are you choosing foods that keep you going with an abundance of energy?
I did notice a boost in energy. My wife noticed it. I noticed it as I'm driving. Balance of Nature has definitely helped me out.
I discovered Balance of Nature. I noticed energy level much improved, and I could go longer and didn't feel the fatigue.
I've been taking Balance of Nature, and it's definitely given me an energy boost so that I can keep up with the grandkids.
When I tried Balance of Nature, I felt like I had more energy right away. I feel great.
Since I've been taking Balance of Nature, I've been able to relieve myself of this slump and get on with my day. I want to keep living my life with energy, and Balance of Nature helps me do that.
Get consistent, real nutrition in your body and experience the difference for yourself. Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, since we were talking a bit about Dylan Mulvaney there, have you seen the spokeshuman for the armed forces of Ukraine, at least one of them?
No. Do you have a picture there? Or do you want me to Google it?
It's a dude named Sarah Ashton Cirillo. A dude named Sarah Ashton Cirillo. Transgender soldier from U.S. named Ukrainian military spokesman. Here he is.
Oh, boy.
If you look at Putin's mouth, you'll notice that blood drips from it. He's a vampire, carrying out genocide against both Ukrainians and Russians alike. Vlad Putin bathes in the blood of innocent children and enjoys it. And this is why the dictator of the Russian Federation must be deposed, and why peace talks have to be focused on President Zelensky's 10-point peace formula and the full liberation of Ukraine.
Okay,
what do you think Putin thinks when he sees a man pretending to be a woman, calling him a vampire and so on and so forth?
dressed in fatigue, well, the army green color, and
how hearty do you think he laughs at the West? Heartily and hearty.
Wait, this is not a needed position, okay? This makes us look foolish and weak.
Well, it's an American, but it's
right.
A spokesman for Ukraine's military, not ours.
Right.
It's all very confusing. Coming up at 7:37, our weekly confab with Ted Dabrowski, all things Illinois policy related. 7:37.
And she got the interview, Dan. Marianne Ahern got an exclusive with Dr. Awardi.
What a get.
Stop. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
62 degrees at 7:30 on AM 560. The Answer. Swimming conditions dangerous along Lake Michigan, so there is a beach hazard statement up from the National Weather Service. On this back-to-school Tuesday for most schools, President Joe Biden is stopping in the battleground state of Wisconsin today. The trip, timed 1 day before the first anniversary of the Inflation Reduction Act. Biden's visit is also to a state he narrowly won in 2020 and comes 1 week before Republicans descend on Milwaukee for the party's first presidential debate. Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fani Willis says former President Trump was part of a criminal conspiracy to overturn the state's 2020 election results.
Through participation in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere to accomplish the illegal goal of allowing Donald J. Trump to seize the presidential term of office.
Trump faces felony racketeering charges and more. The 97-page indictment includes 41 felony counts. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says there's no way Trump will get a fair trial in Georgia.
I know that Fulton County is the most liberal county, I think, in all of Georgia. The DA there is a Democrat.
Wildfires in Hawaii have now claimed 99 lives. Governor Josh Green saying more than 80% of structures that were destroyed are residential. Russian officials say a massive explosion at a gas station in Russia's southern Republic of Dagestan has killed 30, injuring scores of others. Texas this morning will go to court. They want Planned Parenthood to pay back millions of dollars in Medicaid reimbursement and pay far more in fines on top of that. The case goes before a federal judge. The suit appears to be the first of its kind brought by a state against the nation's largest abortion provider. The search is underway this morning for a missing swimmer in Lake Michigan near Winnetka. Emergency personnel have been at Elder Lane Beach for several hours. Fire officials called out around 2:15 a.m. A 14-year-old seriously wounded after he was shot in Chicago's West Englewood neighborhood. The boy suffered a gunshot wound to the chest and was taken to the hospital in serious condition. Mayor Johnson's choice to be the next top cop is ready to work together to make the city safer.
Every member of this city has to be a stakeholder. And I'm willing to sit down, have a conversation with any and everybody within this city to work together to resolve some of the issues that we have and make this city as safe as we can possibly make it.
The mayor introducing counterterrorism chief Larry Snelling as the new CPD superintendent pending approval by the Chicago City Council. The Bean will take a break from most public life. Starting this morning, the iconic cloud gate, known as the Bean, will not be seen up close and personal for 8 months. It's actually the pavers underneath the Bean that need work. The Bean will be back on public display in April of 2024 when it turns 20 years old. Baseball on the north side of Chicago when the Cubs host the White Sox at Wrigley later on tonight. Dallas Cowboys starting right guard Zach Martin this morning ends his holdout, the 8-time Pro Bowler agreeing to a revised contract. The news, a service of Fox Valley Coins, currently buying all gold and silver bars, coins, silver dollars, rare, date-proof, and mint sets. Visit foxvalleycoins.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dr. Sebastian Gorka explains who we're dealing with.
Yeah, my son came home in a flag-draped casket too. No, he didn't. He died of cancer here in America. You were there at his side in the hospital when he died. What kind of person does that? Only one kind of person. That's who Joe Biden is. Wake up, America.
America First with Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Reveille. For my serious military listeners, be assured I know the bugle piece you just heard is First Call. I play it ahead of my message to call listeners to attention so they can ready themselves for a wake-up or a Reveille message. Today's message is on freedom. A Cato study in 2021 ranked all 50 states in 16 different categories of personal and economic freedom, looking at 230 different public policy issues and data encompassing an entire decade. Illinois ranked in the top 10 for freedom in gambling, alcohol, and education. Educational freedom included having tax credit scholarships and light regulation of homeschool educators. We ranked dead last for freedom in the category of lawsuits. Overall, on the Cato Freedom Index, we ranked 37th. In the last 2 years since the study was published, things have changed dramatically in Illinois, and freedom has been attacked on every front. On education, the Democrats are likely to let the tax credit scholarship die this year. They have taken steps to get rid of natural gas and coal power, so there goes your gas dryer and your gas stove. They are using your tax money to incentivize rich people to buy $100,000 Teslas, and then mandating new housing be fitted with EV charging ports, costing homeowners thousands more, but giving them no choice on whether or not they want it. In a direct attack on our constitutional rights, they banned guns and free speech in just the last few months. On economic freedom, they added mandates on employers and then put in constitutional protections for union workers. But let's not forget about COVID. Illinois was governed by emergency orders for over 3 years and locked down longer and harder than nearly any other state, forcing masks on kids and experimental shots on workers. Defending freedom for the next generation begins by returning freedoms lost. It's imperative that happens soon. I'm Jeannie Ives. Who you elect matters, so be informed. To learn more, listen to my radio show Sunday from 7 to 9 p.m. and sign up for my newsletter at breakthrough-ideas.com. That's breakthrough-ideas.com.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
7:37. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of StarCase. When you need to protect your valuable equipment, put it in a StarCase. The most dependable road cases you can buy. Designed and made right here in the Midwest. Go to starcase.com to order your case now. Kennedy, 79 minutes. Almost an hour 20 from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Express lanes coming inbound at 25. Outbound Kennedy, it's almost an hour back out to O'Hare. Brake lights from Pulaski all the way through the Edens Junction. Ike inbound, it's an hour from Manheim all the way into the old post office. Stevenson right now, it's an hour from 355 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Tri-State jamming up northbound Roosevelt up through the Ike. Veterans, earlier truck fire has a right shoulder block northbound between 22nd and North Avenue, and multiple vehicles are blocking the right shoulder with major potholes northbound right at the Reagan I-88 as you roll on the Veterans this morning. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Breezy this morning. Clouds. Still some light rain showers in the area. Clouds break up in the midday, leading to a little bit of afternoon sun and a high of 76. 62 right now. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by CharlesEquipment.com. Keeping you powered up, no matter what the conditions. CharlesEquipment.com.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
If that's moving up, then I'm moving out.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy, and that Billy Joel music is in place of our normal theme song because we're having a system change. We're transitioning here.
We are transitioning. What's our new name going to be?
I don't know. To think about that. I'll be Amy, you'll be Dan, I guess.
Yeah.
That Billy Joel music means it's time for our weekly confab with Ted Dabrowski, president of wirepoints.org. All things Illinois policy related. Here's a question, a famous one. Will the K through 12 system, as it's currently constructed, will it play in Peoria? You know the reference to that, by the way? Will it play in Peoria?
If it plays in Peoria, then, yeah, what was that from? What movie?
It's not from a movie.
Oh.
It's from maybe it was in a movie, but it's, but you know, the genesis
It's just like if
of
it plays in Peoria, it'll.
Right, but what's
it'll
the
make it on
genesis
Main
of that?
Street.
What plays in Peoria?
What
era does it
comedy
come
sketch. It was a comedy sketch.
Yeah, vaudeville.
Vaudeville.
Yeah. I think, does Jack Mabley get credit for coming up with that? I'm not
If
sure.
it plays in Peoria. I'll be saying that all day now.
Well, Ted Dabrowski and colleagues did a report on the Peoria high schools in particular. And you'd be interested to hear the results. Let me give you a little hint. Not dissimilar to Chicago, Decatur, Rockford, East St. Louis. The big city and then all the mid-sized cities around the state that are suffering the same fate. Ted, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy.
So what is the situation with the Peoria schools when it comes to the basics, reading and math?
It is sad and dismal. There's 24 schools in the Peoria school district, so that's what they call SD 150. 24 schools, and 10 of them, not even 5 out of every 100 kids can read a grade level. So most of the kids across the board can't read a grade level, and the math scores are even worse. And so you've got the two big high schools. If you look at the juniors on the SAT, so you take this manual high school, 0% of blacks can do math at grade level. Same thing for Hispanics. What's interesting though is that it's 10% white, 11% white, 0% for whites. So they have succeeded in equity in manual high school, but it's not just there.
It must be. But before let me just stop you there, and I'll let you go on. Sure. But that must be that success that you said, that equity that you just described, zeros across the board. That must be why half of those schools are designated as commendable by the Illinois State Board of Education.
Yeah, what's fascinating is they have four levels of measurement for schools now. The second best rating is called commendable, and commendable means deserving praise. So you've got these schools that nobody can read at grade level, and they're called commendable. And there's one school in the Peoria school district called exemplary. Right? That's the best rating, and less than a quarter of the kids can read at grade level at that school. So
at the exemplary school, they're just under a quarter of kids reading at grade level.
Yeah, imagine
exactly.
that.
That's something.
Yeah.
And this is what they tell parents, right? And then you look at anyway. So the second high school, Peoria, it's almost the exact same result. So they have achieved, I think, the nirvana of equity, where everybody's equal, but at the very, very worst bottom of the scale, and that's sad. And then then you start looking at all the same stuff we've seen in Decatur and Chicago, and then 100% of teachers at the school district SD 150 are proficient or excellent. Mm-hmm. So not 95, not 90, not 85, 100.
Well, they rate themselves, don't they? Which is so absurd.
No, they well.
What do they do?
You rate me and I rate you. Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Dan, you're doing a good job, Dan.
Yeah.
So what happens? They're just going to sit and live like this? I mean, this is unless their parents take them out and try and take them to private school or Catholic school.
Well, and that's the sad story is that, they make the excuses. So, we were lucky to have 2 TV stations pick up and do nice pieces on it. They really highlighted the data. They crunched the data. They put it on there. And the responses from the school district were, well, and they're right. Look, I'm not going to disagree with the fact that a lot of these kids are very poor, have very struggling situations at home, maybe single parents, maybe they got trauma, lack of food. There's a lot of problems. There's no denying that. But what they've done down there is they use that as an excuse for the results. They no longer have to teach. And I'm arguing now that these are no longer schools. These are basically centers to house kids, to keep them off the streets, to give them food, to provide what they say is mental health support and things like that. The superintendent came at us, but just blamed this all on historical racism and classism.
Right.
The same old thing. And what really ticks me off, this goes back to Governor Pritzker in his debate with Bailey during the gubernatorial race. Where Pritzker said that this stuff wasn't true. When the Wall Street Journal wrote the editorial piece on our Decatur statewide work, Pritzker said that we were carnival barkers, that this isn't true, that this data is not true. It's his own data. And there has to be a reckoning with Governor Pritzker denying this data and just dismissing it like he does, and the whole system too. Of course, there won't be, but there should be because this is the absolute failure for Peoria, for Decatur, for Rockford, for the whole state. 10 and 15 years from now, these kids are all going to be out in the workforce, and they won't be able to perform.
Something that the superintendent in Peoria said that you hear all the time when you talk about proficiencies in reading and math based on testing. She said that measuring students' ability to read via that test, that's a narrow view of success. Being able to read and focusing so much on that, that's just a very narrow view of success, really. I wonder if maybe we could get somebody on the record who believes that to explain what is success then. If my view is too narrow, then give me an expansive view. What is success for the kids in your charge, according to you? Do we have an answer to that? So does any teachers union or any superintendent told us what success is if reading and math are very narrow, proficiency in reading and math are very narrow views of success?
Yeah. They love to say we're cherry picking the data. Well, if you look at one of the reports that the superintendent does, the first thing that comes up on her report is reading and math scores. But they don't analyze it; they just report it, and you can't really see what's going on. I love how my colleague John Klinger said it. Right. So, like you said, the superintendent says it's a very, very narrow view of success. So she cares more about the socially, emotionally, and physically support that children get. Well, John says, how much social and emotional and physical success is a kid going to have when he or she graduates and can't read and do math?
Well, exactly.
They're going to be crippled.
Hey, clarion call's been put out for teachers the world over, or at least the country over. Come to Illinois. Teachers, has your state become hostile to your autonomy, your rights, and the mission of education? If yes, I say come to Illinois. We're hiring, and we'd love to have you. This opinion piece by a state superintendent of education, Tony Sanders, fresh off his expansive view of success at U46 up there in Elgin. Governor Pritzker recently signed legislation making Illinois the first state of the nation to outlaw book banning. Our state values your expertise as an educator, blah, 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 blah. So particularly you teachers in Florida and Texas, if the states become hostile to you, come to Illinois, Ted.
That was a phenomenal piece. I saw that last night and just had to, Tony Sanders, in the same boat with Pritzker. Tony Sanders was running U46. He gets elevated when the previous superintendent retired. So Tony Sanders gets elevated from Elgin, second largest school district in the state. But then you start stripping his numbers. He was there for I think it was 11 years. He owns every single number at that school district. And that's where you see 1 out of 10 kids reading. It's disastrous results.
Oh, there you go again. Your narrow view of success.
There he goes again.
Yeah.
And so he's out there writing this absurd letter. And it's interesting because he makes some of our case for us that they're already overpaid. He says that we have the second highest pay in the country, which is what we've been saying. So pay isn't an issue. Money's not an issue. But if they're having problems in Illinois, it's because it's just not a good place to teach. We talk about school choice.
What are you talking about? 100% of the teachers in Peoria and Chicago, for that matter, are rated excellent or superhuman or whatever they're rated.
Yeah, so if they're having a hard time getting them, they're not. So it's again that typical not truth-telling that we do here in Illinois that's bastardizing our whole system.
And I don't know where they come up with the money, but the St. Charles District 303 Superintendent Paul Gordon, he just got a raise. So our salary is $267,800 for the 2023-24 year.
Well, I mean, where do they come up with the money? Your property taxes. So there you go. That's your school board. And
I can't wait to see his pension.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were about to release the superintendent report on pensions, so you'll see that pretty soon. And you'll see how fascinating, right? So guys from like Calumet City, he's number one on the list. His lifetime pensions will be over $10 million. And he was busted for corruption, nepotism. The results are horrendous in Calumet City, but he's going to have I think it's over $300,000 pension and $10 million. And, but what the heck? That's just the running rate now.
Well, you can't put a price on, an expansive view of success and the kind of
excellence.
Yeah, and excellence, exactly right. By the way, just in this Tony Sanders piece, too, to show you what a dishonest person he is.
He locked kids in rooms, by the way, that didn't have masks on.
In his op-ed, here in Illinois, we don't shy away from our complex histories or identities. While Texas tries to ban discussions about race and Florida forbids teachers from saying gay, we have revised our social studies standards in the opposite direction, and so on and so forth. I mean, it's really just reprehensible to be such a inveterate liar like Tony Sanders is, in addition to...
Did you read the bill?
In addition to, participating in these, what I would call criminal organizations, U46, CPS, the Peoria 150. These are criminal organizations. Where are those with their racketeering torches out for Trump on these organizations?
Yeah, Dan, like you said, the lies in there are so powerful. He talks about the way that the media's tried to talk about the don't say gay and the black studies in Florida and all that. So he of course stretches that, and then he talks about it in Illinois terms as if we're doing great things, when in fact there's so much indoctrination going on in the classrooms. And we passed this what was culturally responsive teaching standards, right? So it's more the indoctrination of kids in Illinois on critical race theory. So it's the double whammy of the lies on both ends. And by the way, Dan, we should talk about this. Somebody made a good point. If you're in Peoria, isn't there some kind of room for a class action suit by parents against these school districts for their failure? It's something interesting about that, because if you're in these schools where nobody can read, isn't there some obligation, some kind of liability, especially for taxpayers? I don't know. Anyway.
Well, the governor says you have a right to free speech, but you don't have a right to deceive. Well, are these school districts engaged in illegal deception by the governor's standard? That'd be an interesting question to ask.
Yeah.
Or maybe the basis for legislation. I mean, if you didn't have, of course, socialist supermajorities in both chambers, but this is the way it's going. Stupidity and unconstitutionality, as the federal judge said of Pritzker's targeting of pregnancy care centers. Stupidity and unconstitutionality, and just general depravity. Those are the hallmarks of this state under this political leadership. Ted Dabrowski, President, wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. Thanks as always, Ted.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't defund the police. Hire the police to protect your business. Rising crime has been crippling business owners in Illinois more and more in the past year. Blue Star Security can protect your most valuable asset, your business, to protect both you and your customers. Blue Star Security is the only security company in Chicago with over 500 off-duty police officers, all W-2 employees.
I'm Anthony Barchetto, president of Blue Star Security and a 20-year law enforcement veteran. Our team is exclusively state-certified active and retired law enforcement professionals who provide the highest standards in security. We serve Fortune 500 companies as well as small businesses and individuals, responding rapidly and seamlessly to each assignment. Blue Star Security's technology allows mobilization of off-duty officers quickly and efficiently. Our primary mission is to provide unparalleled protective services for each assignment with integrity while maintaining our commitment to community service in the Chicagoland area.
Visit online to schedule a free security consultation at bluestarsecurityltd.com. That's bluestarsecurityltd.com.
So do you know what creative black tie means? I got invited to the Founders Ball for Balance of Nature. Which I'm very excited about.
A nice humble brag.
Yeah, but I mean, what does that mean? Creative black tie? Anybody? You know?
I don't know. Like, do something Hollywood with it. Don't just do your standard sequin gown or tuxedo.
Sequins.
Spruce it up.
I don't wanna buy anything.
Well, like go like Bjork, like in a dress that's like a goose or something like that. Or, J-Lo, just wear like, something that's basically painted on.
Okay,
something like that.
That's going to really be good representation of the company.
Well,
yeah, I'm sure.
Salem
will be happy.
They said creative.
Okay, yes. I have a right to free speech.
Yeah, express yourself.
Yes, I will. Well, I express myself every day when I eat Balance of Nature because I'm not getting enough fruits and veggies on my own. And that's why I take it, really. I don't have time to make salads. I don't have time to buy fruits and vegetables because good intentions, but they rot in the refrigerator and then end up in the landfill. So be one of the cool kids. Get your bottles of fruits and veggies today. I take 6 capsules. I crack them open in warm water, and voila. The number to call to be one of the cool kids, 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago or simply online at balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
Hi, folks. Sebastian Gorka here. Are you worried about investing in the stock market, especially with Joe Biden in office? Do you really trust this economy? What if you could invest in a secure, collateralized portfolio with a high fixed rate of return that's not correlated to the stock market or the Fed? A portfolio where you'll know what each monthly statement will look like with no surprises. Your interest is compounded daily. You're paid monthly, and there are no fees. You can turn your income on or off, compound it, whatever you choose. And get this, there is absolutely no loss of principal if you ever need your money back. Just go to Invest Y Refi. That's invest, the letter Y, then refi.com, or call 888-Y-REFI-24. You can earn a fixed rate of return of up to 10.25%. Just call 888-Y-REFI-24 or go to investYRefi.com and tell them Dr. G sent you.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Remy from Reason Magazine has struck again, one of my favorite satirists. He does really great parody songs. Try That in a Small Town, Jason Aldean.
Yeah, I love that song. He did a parody on it?
This is perfect for Chicago. Here's Remy's Try That in a Big Town.
Despite the controversy, the song has gained popularity, something other musicians are keen to capitalize on.
Open a lemonade stand on the sidewalk. Go for a long walk in the middle of the night. Keep schools open so that kids can keep on learning. You think it's cool? Well, act a fool if you like. Put someone's groceries in a bag that doesn't immediately break. Don't bake a penis cake. We'll try that in a large town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we're punishing our own. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a large town. Call the line for 9 emergencies. 'cause somebody's dropping trousers on your daisies. That stuff might fly in the country. Good luck. Try that in a large town. See how far you make it down the road. Around here we speed camera are on. You cross that line, it won't take long for you to find out. I recommend you don't. Try that in a large town.
Yeah, try not baking a penis cake in a large town. You'll find out. I recommend you don't.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Wall Street Journal's Dan Henninger on the state of, well, everything in D.C. from indictments to the presidential campaign, 808.
And maybe if we have time, we could tell you that story about someone who wants their balls back. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
The mayor introduces his pick for the next Chicago police superintendent, a man charged in a deadly Glenview stabbing. Cubs host the White Sox. Fighting Illini have some unfinished business as college football's opener draws near. And the Bulls add depth, signing Terry Taylor. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
There will be a complete exoneration. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Former President Trump posted that minutes ago on Truth Social, teasing that coming on Monday, he'll release a report detailing what he still claims was election fraud in 2020. This hours after a fourth Trump indictment, this one in Georgia. He again calls this a witch hunt, saying the district attorney is out of control and very corrupt. That Fulton County DA, Fani Willis, alleges and 18 other Trump associates charged conspired
to block the counting of the votes of the presidential electors who were certified as the winners of Georgia's 2020 general election.
Former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani among those indicted with the former president.
The charges include violating the Georgia RICO Act. Now, this is a law originally created to take down mobsters. He's also facing charges for solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer, among many other charges, including charges from his previous indictments like conspiracy to commit false statements and filing false documents.
Fox's Brooke Singman.
The district attorney is giving all defendants until next Friday at noon to surrender, and that is just 2 days after President Trump could be on stage at the first Republican presidential debate. But guys, he hasn't decided if he's going to attend just yet.
Fox News Radio will provide special coverage of the first Republican primary debate beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday, August 23rd. You can listen at foxnewsradio.com. Cadaver dogs keep searching the ashes and ruins of the burnout Hawaiian town of Lahaina.
99 are confirmed dead, and that number is expected to rise with hundreds still missing. And identifying the dead has been difficult. Only 3 of the 99 people that have been found have been able to be identified with fingerprints.
That's Fox Weather's Max Gordon in Maui. We just got an update on the economy showing we shopped more than expected last month. Retail sales rose 0.7%. America's listening to Fox News.
Light rain and clouds, 62 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. The search is underway this Tuesday morning for a missing swimmer in Lake Michigan near Winnetka. Emergency personnel have been at Elder Lane Beach for several hours. Fire officials received a call to look for a man in his early 20s around 2:15 a.m. 3 men went into the lake near the pier to go swimming. One of them was reportedly pulled under. A 14-year-old seriously wounded after he was shot in Chicago's West Englewood neighborhood. The teen was standing near the back door of a home in the 6500 block of South Marshfield when 3 wearing masks approached. 1 fired shots. The 14-year-old suffered a gunshot wound to the chest. Mayor Johnson's choice to be next police superintendent is ready to work together to make the city safer.
I'm willing to sit down, have a conversation with any and everybody within this city to work together to resolve some of the issues that we have and make this city as safe as we can possibly make it.
The mayor introducing counterterrorism chief Larry Snelling as CPD's next superintendent. Chicago sports. Baseball on the north side. Cubs and White Sox at Wrigley later tonight. The news a service of Townstone Financial. Townstone Financial can help you purchase a home faster and almost as easy as typing townstone.com or by calling 312-896-2110. Illinois mortgage licensee 6629 NMLS 136639. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. And now, the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Global stocks are under pressure with concerns about the impact of China's economic slump. China's central bank lowered interest rates today. Reports just released in China indicate spending growth by consumers and businesses slowed, and growth in factory output remains disappointing. Home Depot's earnings are better than expected, though it's seeing some softness in demand for big-ticket items. Spending on smaller home improvement projects is holding up. Also, Home Depot is buying back $15 billion worth of its stock. Shares of D.R. Horton, NVR, and Lennar are all higher after Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway disclosed in a government filing that it purchased more than $800 million worth of the home builder's shares in the spring quarter. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jeannie Cosola, invested in you.
8:05, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Fox News Rundown.
The Sean Thompson Show.
We have normalized the idea of political mafias. We like it that way. This is how the people vote. They like the little short-in-the-pants mafia yard gnomes on the south side of Chicago, Madigan Mafia. They love it. They love it. They just want in on it, right? It's only a little bit of money each family, each worker. It's only a tiny bit. The problem is, like every cancer, it metastasizes, and then the money gets so big and you destroy areas.
The Sean Thompson Show. Weekday afternoons at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm a very, very skeptical person, so I think even if it had started working sooner, I was like, no, it can't be just Balance of Nature. Till I finally gave in and said, you know what? I think it's the Balance of Nature. So somebody will say, oh, I noticed this, or you look really good today, or you know, such and such, and I go, I know it's the Balance of Nature. I have fingernails that I've never had before. They're long and they're strong and they're wow.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code Chicago.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Less money for the exact same thing. Hope this is clear enough. Consumer Cellular, when freedom calls, they're here to answer. Switch today and get a second month of service for free. Go to consumercellular.com/free month and enter promo code free month. Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 5 gigabyte data plan and unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023. Promotion subject to terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals since 1877. The goal is to ensure that pets have a safe shelter, especially during natural disasters. Adopting a shelter pet allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Please consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work at americanhumane.org.
8:07, let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center Time, a service of Salem Surround, providing your business with industry-leading digital marketing strategies designed to surround your target audience and drive action. SurroundChicago.com today. 30 minutes on the inbound Edens from Lake Cook Road into the junction. An hour 22 from O'Hare into the Burns Circle on the Kennedy inbound. The Ike right now very slow through the avenues all the way to Damon. It is an hour 10 from 390 into the old post office. Inbound Stevenson, 2 left lanes blocked with an accident. Inbound at King Drive, you're stop and go right now from the Dan Ryan all the way to King Drive. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
A breezy start this morning, a shower, and then clouds and sun today. High 76, clear tonight, low 59. Sunny, very nice day tomorrow, the high 83. Thunderstorm on Thursday, variable cloudiness, the high at 82. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Finally, some new temperatures. 67 O'Hare, 65 at Midway. Your next news update, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by NJ Diet. Lose 20 to 40 pounds in just 40 days. Call 855-NJ-DIET or NJDiet.com.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. You're always one to point out the timing of things, Amy, and we've got another instance here, all things Trump-related. Timing gets really coincidental. So on Friday, you have Merrick Garland appoint, as the Wall Street Journal called him, a not-so-special counsel in David Weiss, slightly after the fact, I'd say. And then on Monday, you get Trump indicted yet again in Fulton County.
It happens every time. Every time that, the Hunter Biden, it came out that there was information about the Bidens receiving foreign money. And then the next day, Trump was indicted for Mar-a-Lago. It's always a distraction. Well, don't look at Biden. Look over here.
Well, I'll tell you what, they better wrap up whatever problems they have with Biden Incorporated there, because you're running out of jurisdictions in which to indict Trump.
Exactly.
So,
it's getting
make it a good one.
Little old, too, I might say.
It's surreal is what it is. Dan Henninger is the deputy editor of the aforesaid Wall Street Journal editorial page, and he joins us now. Dan, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Good to be with you guys.
So, what about the weekdays that bookended this past weekend, the special counsel and then Fulton County? We're just further through the looking glass. What's your view?
Yeah, well, I write a weekly column called Wonderland, and people used to ask me why I call it that, and they don't ask me anymore. We are well down the rabbit hole and through the looking glass. There's never been an election like this, never. And, it's most of the time we think about we on the outside looking in at these candidates like Donald Trump, Joe Biden, the rest of it. But let's give a shout out to the American voter, the American people. This is a democracy, and ultimately they are going to have to make a decision about all this, right, in the primaries and then in the national election next year. The burden falls on them, and man, it's tough. It really is.
But I don't think we've ever lived in a time where a sitting president is working so hard to put his political opponent in prison.
Yeah, well, that raises an interesting question at this point. We have argued here that the Democrats are doing this because they do want Donald Trump to be the candidate running against Joe Biden, because they think he's the one candidate Joe Biden could beat. Personally, I still can't bring myself to believe that in November of 2024, 15 months from now, we're actually going to have to choose between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. But that has been the assumption. They're doing this because they want Trump. They think independents will just not vote for Trump, move over to Biden. It's getting to the point where one has to wonder whether that is actually going to pan out for them. There's multiple prosecutions against Trump, I think are just raising questions in the minds of a lot of people out there, not just Republicans, but independent voters, about the use of the criminal justice system, just for the purposes you just described. And the resentment that is building among Republicans against what they're doing is just so strong. I mean, I have talked to Republican voters who are not Trump fans, but are extremely upset that this sort of thing continues. So I think it's possible that going into next year, if the resentment vote gives Trump the nomination, he could be very, very competitive in that election next year. Much more competitive, in other words, than Democrats had assumed.
Have you sensed that the rumors about Biden stepping away and Newsom stepping in, have they tamped down a bit, or do you think that's still a possibility that Joe Biden doesn't make the race?
I think it's a very real possibility that he doesn't make the race for the two reasons that are out there. One is his cognitive impairment, which is a problem. He's probably one big mistake away from Democrats simply losing credibility among Democrats. And Newsom obviously is ready and willing and able, and he's going to have this debate with Ron DeSantis soon, put him in front of a national audience. I've talked to Californians who are not fans of Gavin Newsom, who have told me, do not underestimate this guy. He can be impressive in a public setting. He can be an impressive candidate. So I think, yes, there's a lot of nervousness among Democrats right now. And remember how Jim Clyburn in the last election is the one who made the final call down there in South Carolina, saying we had to all get behind the centrist candidate, Joe Biden, because we were afraid that Bernie Sanders might take the nomination. Well, we may be reaching another Jim Clyburn moment where Clyburn has to call an audible and say, this party has to move on.
Yeah, but how are they going to ditch Kamala Harris?
They don't need to.
They don't need to. Well, it'd be a primary. It'll be difficult for them to do that. But I think if they get her into a primary system with some of these other candidates, that won't matter so much. They won't throw her over. She can run as either the vice president or I can't really imagine Biden resigning. But I don't think Kamala is a huge impediment to finding another candidate.
She didn't even make it past Iowa last time.
With respect to DeSantis and Newsom and this debate they're going to have, obviously it's in both of their interests to try to draw Americans' attention to them and say, well, we could do these two guys or we could do these two guys, and maybe it's time to make a generational change. So it's both of them are incentivized to do the debate. I get that.
Can't wait to see it.
So Newsom may have an opportunity to increase the the rumors and the pressure around Biden to not make the race. But at this point, I mean, I am just not seeing how DeSantis or anybody else displaces Trump with exactly what you just described. Even people that would like DeSantis, and if they could just install the nominee, they would say Ron DeSantis. But now, because of what has been done to Trump, he is such a cudgel, and this is what people want to swing, because they want something blunt and to use to essentially attack, rhetorically and electorally, what they're seeing happening with our justice system in particular.
Well, I think by and large, Dan, you're right about that. It is just, that seems to be the direction in which all of this is going. It's so difficult to game out the probabilities here going forward to the primaries next year. I think the one possibility is something that Amy suggested in her opening remarks, which is we're just getting all so tired of this, and we are, but you can't turn your eyes away from it. On the other hand, I think it's possible that this accumulation of Trump detail and prosecution, some degree of Trump fatigue is going to set in with some of the voters at least, and so that it's conceivable that, say, in Iowa, more of the voters out there will decide they just cannot continue. They feel very bad about what is being done to Trump, but that it is indeed time to move on. There is that element out there. You hear people saying that all the time. The Trump chaos really wears them down, and that's not going away.
No, but there's something else that Republican primary voters or Republican strategists might want to think about is you have a nominee. Let's say it's DeSantis. DeSantis is your nominee next year, and these trials are starting with Trump. I mean, the intensity of the animus for the system among the core Trump vote, it is white hot, and they're not going to participate. If he's not the nominee, I think it's going to be very high. You know, we talk about independents in the suburbs and soft Republicans and rich suburban. The base Trump vote is not going to come out for somebody not named Trump, particularly if they're watching him being what they believe, and I think rightly, generally speaking, persecuted by the Department of Justice and by the Fulton County DA and the Manhattan DA. If they see this going on during the campaign, they're going to wash their hands of it. So you have a real turnout problem for a nominee. It's ironic to say, but you have a real turnout problem for any nominee who's not under indictment in the Republican Party.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's a sad reality, especially since the consequence of that would be to reelect, conceivably, Joe Biden. You would think that most of the Trump voters would regard that as simply unthinkable, but that they would step aside and allow that to happen rather than put a Republican back in office. And indeed, for all the contention and disagreement between DeSantis and Trump, by and large, they stand for the same policies. So you would be putting Trump policies in the White House. That argument, I think, would have to be made to those voters. You just cannot do this again, allow the country to collapse. And there will be the Republican candidates, whether it is any of them, are just going to have to make an aggressive argument about the implications of extending 4 more years of what was not, in fact, a centrist or normal presidency, but a very left-wing progressive presidency, which they're showing with executive orders every day of the week. And Trump voters have to decide, do they really want to turn their country over to that for another 4 years?
I hope people are paying attention and they don't get too transfixed by the prospect of a slap fight between billionaires. So you wrote last week about Musk and Zuckerberg.
Oh, I'm sick of those two as well.
And the sort of the speed at which we're degrading ourselves in America.
Yeah, Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk have agreed to literally engage in a cage fight, and that looks like it's going to be in Italy, no less.
What?
Not in the Roman Colosseum. The Interior Minister said, no, we're not going to let them use the Colosseum. But these are the 2 most prominent chief executive officers in the United States. And the idea that they're going to get into a cage and roll around in short pants on the ground, pawing at each other.
Ew.
What has the poor country come to?
Well, aren't they doing this to raise money for charity?
Yeah,
and
right.
which charities are going to benefit, or is this just to stroke their egos?
Raise money for charity. They could just write a check, and then we don't have to witness this.
Yeah. No, this is about ego. This is about no matter how famous you become through your job, no matter how wealthy, people seem to be unhappy unless they can turn themselves these days into a public spectacle, which is exactly what these 2 are doing.
Dan Henninger, deputy editor of the Wall Street Journal's editorial page. Dan, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
Great to talk to you, Dan and Amy.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Tony Dreyfus, founder and president of Metropolis Coffee Company and a proud new customer of Signature Bank. We're a 19-year-old specialty coffee roaster located in the heart of Chicago. Some of your favorite restaurants and cafes serve our coffee. As a small business manufacturer, we understand the importance of working with the right bank, and that's why we made the move to Signature Bank. We were tired of the impersonal service that our large bank had provided. A friend referred us to Signature Bank, and their team was on site to understand our operations firsthand. They provided us the working capital to continue our successful business operations and to fuel our ambitions for innovation and growth. We now have the flexibility to grow at our own pace. That personal touch, you can't find that at a large bank, but we found it at Signature, and we can't thank them enough.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Guys, a lot of people talking about testosterone, but do your homework and be sure to go to a provider you can trust. I trust my friends at Low T Center. It's where I've been getting my levels checked for the past 8 years. At Low T Center, they make it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with our on-site lab, you get your results back in about 25 minutes. If you've been feeling tired, grumpy, notice weight gain and loss of muscle mass, these could all be signs of low testosterone levels. Low T Center is not your typical doctor's office where you have a long wait. It's concierge medicine exclusively for men. They have affordable and convenient options for treatment, including physician-monitored self-inject treatments that ship directly to you each month, so there's no need to drive to the center for weekly visits. And right now, Low T Center is only $25 to get your T level tested, with results back in about 25 minutes. So what are you waiting for? Log on now to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. Tell them Dan Prof sent you when you do. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
There is a place in northern Illinois that people have come from all around the globe seeking treasure.
It's amazing. I didn't know what to expect, but when I got there, I was surrounded by all kinds of gold and silver.
An actual place where you're surrounded by treasure?
I've known that gold and silver were a good investment, but I really didn't want to buy it through the mail. At Fox Valley Coins, I basically walked in, picked out what I wanted, paid cash, and walked out with gold and silver.
Walk in with paper and walk out with actual gold and silver bars. For decades, Fox Valley Coins has traded paper dollars for actual gold and silver. They buy and sell. The treasure map is available at foxvalleycoins.com. They are on Route 59, 1 light north of I-88 in Naperville, Illinois. Again, for info and the map, seek foxvalleycoins.com.
This is Jerry Boyer for townhall.com. Anheuser-Busch just laid off 400 employees. Those were folks working for the company proper. Doesn't count losses at affiliated but independent distributors. Bud Light has now lost its role as the top beer in America to a Mexican brand. Distributors are worried that the beer stuck in inventory will go stale, and some analysts think the brand will never recover, all because someone in marketing decided to shake up the beer's alleged frat boy image. Bud Light drinkers noticed and stopped buying it. I guess men dressed up as women are not the role models they were looking for. I have a simpler plan. Instead of 400-plus layoffs, try one layoff first. The CEO of the company. He's in charge of reputational management and has repeatedly blown opportunities to simply apologize to customers and investors. If that doesn't work, then investors need to start voting members off the board. A mistake this big requires the king's head to roll, not the sacrifice of some mid-level pawns. I'm Jerry Boyer.
Did you know we celebrate baby boomers in August? It's true. August 17th to be exact. That's the same time this generation was at Woodstock in 1969, meaning a lot of babies were born in 1970 early on. Did you know that millions of baby boomers are at risk for stroke, heart disease, and other chronic illnesses caused by high blood pressure? I have a suggestion for all my baby boomer listeners out there. 120 Life. It's a natural juice drink that helps control blood pressure. With natural ingredients like cherry, cranberry, and pomegranate juice, 120 Life helps lower blood pressure and will help you stay hydrated. You'll feel good drinking it just like I do. I love this stuff. So go to 120life.com. That's 120life.com. Order a 2-week trial pack. Use coupon code LIBERTY at checkout. You save the 15% plus free shipping. If after 2 weeks you don't see a difference in the numbers, contact 120 Life and they give you your money back. It's guaranteed. It's simple. Better numbers, better life. Try 120 Life today. 120life.com. I love this stuff. Order it now. 120life.com. 120life.com. Use coupon code LIBERTY.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm a very, very skeptical person, so I think even if it had started working sooner, I was like, no, it can't be just balance of nature. Till I finally gave in and said, you know what? I think it's the balance of nature. So somebody will say, oh, I noticed this, or you look really good today, or you know, such and such, and I go, I know, it's the balance of nature. I have fingernails that I've never had before. They're long and they're strong and they're wow.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code Chicago.
It's hot and humid outside, but your basement or crawl space shouldn't feel that way. High humidity above 60% will activate mold spores, which results in unhealthy air throughout your home. Hi, I'm Roy Spencer of Perma-Seal. We have a solution for you. Our Perma-Dry air system will lower the humidity in your home to a safe level and keep it there no matter how hot it is. Call today, 800-421-SEAL. Perma-Dry is 3 times as powerful and efficient as the dehumidifiers at the big box stores. So don't spend the money and not solve the problem. Perma-Dry also filters out mold spores and allergens, making the air that you breathe upstairs healthier year-round. Contact Perma-Seal today for a free evaluation and receive a 20% discount on your Perma-Dry. Don't wait. This offer expires July 31st. Ask your consultant about financing options. That's 800-421-7325 or permaseal.net.
Hey everybody, Charlie Kirk here. Are you worried about investing in the stock market, especially with Joe Biden in office? Do you really trust the economy? What if you could invest in a secure, collateralized portfolio with a high fixed rate of return that's not correlated to the stock market or the Fed? A portfolio where you'll know what each monthly statement will look like with no surprises. Your interest is compounded daily. You're repaid monthly and there are no fees. You can turn your income on or off, compound it, whatever you choose. And get this, there's absolutely no loss of principal if you ever need your money back. Just go to investrefy.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then refy.com, or call 888-YREFI, 888-YREFY24. You can earn a fixed rate of return or up to 10.25%. Just call 888-YREFY24 or go to investrefy.com and tell them Charlie Kirk sent you.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hunter Biden as John Dean Redux. That's the argument that Jeff Shepard makes. Jeff Shepard, deputy counsel on Nixon's Watergate defense team, joins us at 8:38 to explain it to us.
I like that. And who's got the onions? It's heading to the news. I cracked myself. Here's Mike Scott.
67 degrees at 8:31. Swimming conditions dangerous today along Lake Michigan. A beach hazard statement's up. And on this back-to-school Tuesday for most schools, Georgia is at the forefront of former President Donald Trump's latest legal woes. Fox's Jonathan Seary reports from Atlanta.
Former President Trump has until August 25 to voluntarily surrender to Georgia authorities after he and 18 associates were indicted on charges related to their efforts to overturn Joe Biden's narrow victory in the state in 2020. Mr. Trump's legal team questions why the Fulton County Court's website published and then abruptly removed a list of charges hours before the grand jury handed up the actual indictments. District Attorney Fani Willis deferred questions about why this happened.
I am not an expert on clerks' duties or even administrative duties. I wouldn't know how to work that system, and so I'm not going to speculate.
The Fulton County Sheriff says current plans are to take mugshots of the former president as they would any other defendant. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seary, Fox News.
Wildfires in Maui have now claimed 99 lives, and it's all hands on deck as volunteers from all over the state are now working to bring relief to the island.
Our team arrived accompanying about 2,000 pounds of medicines and medical supplies for the affected communities here.
The massive wind-driven blaze that tore through the once picturesque whaling town of Lahaina It's now the deadliest wildfire in modern U.S. history. Meantime, Hawaiian Electric is beginning the laboring task of restoring power to parts of the fire-ravaged western part of that island. Retail sales shot up 0.7% in July. That's the biggest increase in 6 months. The search is underway this morning here locally for a missing swimmer in Lake Michigan. Emergency personnel have been seen at Elder Beach for several hours in Winnetka searching for a man in his early 20s. The perjury trial of former Illinois House Speaker Michael Madigan's longtime chief of staff enters week 2. The feds now accuse Tim Mapes' lawyers of using their witness list to keep a key prosecutor from the courtroom. A Second Amendment advocate for the firearms industry is suing Illinois over a new law designed to punish gun manufacturers. The suit filed by the National Shooting Sports Foundation claims that law, signed by the governor, violates the Second Amendment. An Illinois National Guard member has died after suffering heat-related injuries, all tied to physical workouts at a Mississippi military base. 38-year-old man was treated by medics at Camp Shelby when he showed signs of distress last Friday. Temperatures then at Camp Shelby topped 100 degrees. Baseball on the north side when the Cubs host the White Sox at Wrigley later tonight. The news service of MyPillow. MyPillow employees want to thank you by giving you the lowest price in history on their MyPillows. Queen-size MyPillows, regular price $69.98, now only $19.98 with promo code Liberty. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Brandon Tatum can get passionate.
I am not encouraged whatsoever to believe that the justice system is acting in good faith. Even if he had classified documents that he shouldn't have had or whatever, he should have returned them, they're not acting in good faith because they're not pursuing anybody else for the same crime. I'm about to lose my mind. I'm about to lose my mind today. How is it that they get to do what they do and then we go to jail for stuff that they did?
The Officer Tatum Show. Weeknights at 7, right before Jay Sekulow at 9 on AM 560. The Answer.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-333-1750. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-333-1750. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-333-1750. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-333-1750. 800-333-1750 or biglou.com.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
In theaters, August 25th.
I'm one of the best hitters you're ever going to see.
The true inspirational story about family and faith. Briarcliff Entertainment's The Hill.
They said he will never walk, and he ran. How many miracles do you need?
Starring Dennis Quaid.
You can't play baseball. God's going to give you a higher calling.
You seen this? Major League Trials.
You're going to paralyze him. It's all stacked against me.
The Hill.
I cannot do this alone.
Rated PG. In theaters August 25th. Get tickets now.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig and Leslie Bolano Sunday mornings at 10. Learn more at investwithwmg.com.
8:37. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Blindster.com. Well, you know, at Blindster, they offer over 50 different blind shades and shutters at low prices. Custom made for your windows. Shipping is free. Shop at home. Order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com. Eden's a half-hour Lake Cook Road to the junction. The Kennedy is at 90 minutes. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. The Ike at an hour 16 from 390 to the old post office. Stevenson, pretty mild 47, 355 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan in right now, 33 minutes, 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Accident right shoulder on I-57 inbound between 127th and 111. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. A breezy, cloudy morning. Showers have gone through, leaving behind partly sunny conditions for the midday, a little more sun for the afternoon, and a high of 76. We have partly to mostly sunny across much of the area now, 67 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. America First with Sebastian Gorka, weekday afternoons at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. We've talked a lot this morning about the Fulton County indictment of Trump and 18 others. That was announced last night. What about on the other side of the house? Biden Incorporated and the legal fate of one Hunter Biden. Interesting piece from Jeff Shepard, drawing historical parallel to the Watergate era, where Hunter Biden in this story is basically the John Dean of, it's tantamount to John Dean's role in Watergate to a large extent. And the parallels are interesting. There's one important distinction, which we'll get to. But let's let Jeff Shepard explain to us how history, if it's not repeating itself, it's certainly rhyming. Jeff Shepard is was deputy counsel on Nixon's Watergate defense team. He's the author of The Nixon Conspiracy, Watergate, and the Plot to Remove the President. Jeff, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Dan, it's good to be with you and Amy. I must say this is developments with regard to Hunter are very reminiscent of developments with regard to John Dean. Both were central to the wrongdoing. Hunter is alleged to be the Biden family bagman, and John Dean was at the very center of the Watergate scandal, characterized by the FBI as Watergate's master manipulator. But as you said, one comes out a hero, and one doesn't look like he's going to come up for air. I mean, it's both at the center of the wrongdoing, but one had something to give and the other doesn't. Well,
first of all, was John Dean also a blow artist by any chance? I just want to see how deep these parallels go.
No, not to my knowledge.
What about in the energy business?
Yeah. Yes. Hunter may have something to give. He just is not going to want to give it the way that Dean did, but the parallels in terms of the credibility issue, in terms of what the feds were trying to do with Nixon, and what the feds are trying to do with Biden. So it's an interesting story about how the law is being manipulated for political reasons. It was in one direction during Watergate. It's the same thing, but in a different direction now.
That's exactly correct. It's the same apparent degree of wrongdoing by federal prosecutors, but for different ends. With Hunter, they apparently investigate for 5 years. They allow the statute of limitations to run on the most serious obligations. The whistleblowers say they were thwarted in their investigations, and what is alleged is absolutely outrageous, a double standard for the president's son and related family. But the other difference is it's all coming out in real time with full press coverage. Back in Watergate, there was only one narrative, one viewpoint, and one presentation to the American people. There were three networks, NBC, ABC, and CBS, but they were all headquartered within 6 blocks of each other in Midtown Manhattan, along with the New York Times and one of the two prominent weekly news magazines, Time and the other one,
Newsweek.
Newsweek. Thank you. And so what the American public got, was the New York point of view, and nothing else. Today, with all the different networks and all the different stations, and particularly with talk radio, you get the other side, and it ends up being far more chaotic because you're a little unsure how the facts fit and where they go. But nobody can claim today this isn't getting, the developments aren't getting fair coverage. My heavens, it's coming out just by the barrelful.
Well, the way, go to your story, the way that they manipulated their use of Dean also, it seems to me, a parallel to the manipulation of David Weiss, the U.S. attorney, not a special prosecutor, didn't ask to be one, maybe he did. He sort of middled the matter. IRS whistleblowers say he did. He says he didn't. Garland says he didn't. Now he's been made one because he's allegedly asked all of a sudden after the plea agreement. So now he's, and this is the same sort of manipulation, the same kind of manipulation they did with Dean. Dean was going to be the star witness. He was going to basically get a pass on the level of involvement he had if he was the star witness against the others. But he was they were having some problems with his value, and so then they manipulated what they did with Dean in order to make him more credible for their ultimate goal with him. And this is the same thing.
Absolutely. With Dean, which is where my expertise is because I was there, they switched prosecutors. The original career prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office, Earl Silbert and Seymour Glanzer and Donald Campbell, they played it perfectly straight. Dean comes in looking for a plea deal, and they won't give it to him. They conclude he's too central to the wrongdoing. He's not fessing up to his own involvement. So they say no. But Dean hired a very well-connected Democrat lawyer who negotiated a plea deal with the Irvin Committee. So the Irvin Committee grants him immunity, and because he's against Nixon, he's willing to flip and testify against his colleagues. They feature him as a whistleblower, an innocent whistleblower, and they rig the whole hearing for that. So the American public is told the one line, John Dean is a young lawyer, got a little off track, innocent guy, but has come forward. But he's the one that did it. He's the one that caused it in the first place. And then you have, if I may, you have this contrast between what the public has been told and what's going to come up in court, because Dean is going to be the principal witness against his former colleagues. But they're going to tear him apart in court, because they don't have the Irvin Committee reputation and the public being swayed. So the prosecutors and the judge are worried that Dean won't have credibility, so they fake this 1 to 4 year prison term imposed before the trial, with Dean's incarceration technically to begin on the first day of trial. So he can go, and he does. He's the lead witness for the government. He can say, look, there was a conspiracy. I know. I was running it. And these people, these former colleagues, they were a part of it. I've been punished. I'm testifying from prison, and you should punish them too. Well, it worked. I mean, they convicted the Nixon's associates on all counts. And then a week after trial, the judge reduces Dean's sentence to time served. So instead of the 1 to 4 year prison term, the jurors and the American public was led to believe that he really was going to be punished for his key part. He was only technically confined for 3 months, and then that turns out he was confined in a witness protection program on an Army base at Fort Holabird, Maryland. And I know you had George Perry on your show a little bit earlier. George and I are both residents outside of Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
And I first met George when he sent me a note, and he said, I represented a mafioso witness who was going to flip, so he was in this same witness protection program. And I asked him about the Watergate people that were there. And he said John Dean was the worst of the bunch, a conniving, sly guy. And he said he's the kind of person that would steal the silver dollars off his dead mother's eyes.
Wow.
And I thought, that's fun. I mean,
That's quite an epitaph. Yeah.
It really comes around. So back to
but this was all right. So this is all in furtherance of getting a president. And now we have Merrick Garland and company acting in furtherance of protecting a president. But it's the same manipulation.
It is. They're acting in furtherance, and incredible stuff is coming out. See, that's what I when we first started talking this morning, you said there's one major difference. And I thought, gee, there are several. But to me, the major difference is the diversity of news. I mean, take John Dean just for a second.
Yeah,
he shows up on all these shows, as the former lawyer to the president, but he's been disbarred since 1974.
Wow.
He was disbarred for subornation of perjury and destruction of evidence and embezzlement of campaign funds, and that never comes up because the news doesn't want to cover it. Didn't at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want to cover it. Well, with Hunter Biden, he's on the air almost every day. That laptop from hell, to some extent, and I reach for parallels. Everything's not a parallel. But Nixon had those tapes, and I transcribed the tapes. I'm very, very familiar with them.
Mm-hmm.
But the tapes exist. They're real. You can interpret them any way you want, but the tapes are a fact that can't be ignored. That
the laptop is
from
real.
Hell.
Yeah.
Oh, you better believe. It is a fact, and you can't. They started out trying to say it didn't exist. And you see, it's taken a little bit of time, but now I believe everybody admits it exists. The trouble is the FBI's had it for years and sat on it, and I believe there's more to come.
Well, so
it's the gift that keeps on giving.
Well, so I mean, since these manipulations date back 50 years, is it your view that what we see happening, both with the scrambling to protect the big guy, as well as with the indictments of Trump, even though they're unprecedented, is just a 21st century iteration of what Washington, D.C. has always been doing, that this is not a further devolution of the rule of law or of our rights as free citizens? This is just always what these agencies do, or is that your view, or are we in a different place?
I think we're in a slightly different place. I think there's always that temptation. It goes back to the founding fathers, and human nature doesn't change. There's a grasp for power, and corruption follows. And their answer was divide it up. You got to divide it up and have checks and balances, and men and people will always be people, and there'll be these temptations, but we're going to do the best we can. Well, every once in a while, I don't think it's all the time, but every once in a while it really breaks out, and it grabs the nation's attention. Now, this playoff between getting Trump and the Biden family corruption is going to go right into the presidential election. And that's new, Dan. Before, the major scandals in American history didn't play out in the course of a presidential election. Nixon had already been reelected before Watergate burst.
Right.
Reagan had been reelected before Iran-Contra came up. George Bush and the firing of the 8 U.S. attorneys and the outing of Valerie Plame, it wasn't an election issue. Even going back to Teapot Dome in the 1920s, Hardin had already passed away. But this election is going to feature no compromise, diametrically opposed, internecine warfare. It's been a bad summer for both sides, Dan, for the Biden family and for Trump, but they haven't budged in the polls. You know, if anything, Trump's lead in the polls has increased. What astonishes me, all this stuff comes out about Hunter and the Biden family, and fact after fact after fact. And Biden doesn't go down any further. He's sitting right there at about a 42% approval rating. And you say, well, either the public is tuned out, and I don't think they've tuned out. They've just solidified. And the two sides are rather starkly defined. And we've got more than a year to go going into this election. This is going to be the first time in our history this has happened.
Yeah. What do you think Hunter Biden's plea bargain, how is it going to be enhanced? You know, just to make it appear like he's somehow being punished for his own misdeeds?
Well, that's where the parallel goes back to John Dean. They decided they had to enhance it. And interestingly enough, both Judge Sirica and the prosecutors claim credit for the idea of enhancing his plea deal. And the only thing you can conclude is they must have worked it out together. We can show Judge Sirica was meeting with the federal prosecutors, the special prosecutors, frequently, and they have a paper trail. I don't think that's going on this time. But I do think there is a lack of difference between the prosecutors trying to protect the Bidens and Hunter Biden. They tried with a plea deal. It blew up in their face. And you don't know where it's going to go, but, Amy, I think you put your finger on it. They're going to have to make it look like it's going to be strengthened, or it won't go down. The judge won't accept. But you notice, not to get too deep into an area where, I mean, I'm familiar with Watergate, but I'm not a scholar of today. They came into court and they denied venue. They said to the judge in Wilmington, since the plea deal blew up, we're going to remove this case because venue lies in the District of Columbia or in Los Angeles, not here. Well, if that be true, if they succeed in that, they lose what appears to be a very objective, knowledgeable judge. And it's almost they're going to go back to forum shopping again so they can find somebody who's willing to go along with a technically strengthened plea bargain for Hunter. I don't think the news is going to let him do it. I think there's too much out of the bag. There are too many things unfolding to allow him to walk free. Now, you can fake stuff. You can deliberately make mistakes that get corrected on appeal or something like that. But you're right. They're sitting around, the prosecutors and Hunter's defense people are sitting around the same table, and the U.S. public is not represented at that table, trying to figure out what we can do to get past this, to put this behind us. They were so close. And the judge, this embarrassing judge, read the plea deal and said, what on earth is this? One question.
Yeah. Well, that's...
Does this mean? And you're sitting there, for the fun of it, put yourself in the shoes of that a prosecuting attorney. And the judge has called the issue. Does this mean he won't be prosecuted for anything else? And the guy had agreed to it. They probably drafted it. He knows blessed well what it was supposed to do, but having been called on it, he can't. So he stands up and says, "No, indeed, that's not what it means."
Yeah. Well, and that's the telling statement is that you have federal prosecutors, Department of Justice is at the table, but that's no longer the people's representative. That tells you everything you need to know about where things are. Jeff Shepard, Deputy Counsel on Nixon's Watergate defense team, author of The Nixon Conspiracy, Watergate, and the Plot to Remove the President. Jeff, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thanks, folks. Good to be with you.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, folks. Dennis Prager here. Are you worried about investing in the stock market, especially with Joe Biden in office? Do you trust the economy? What if you could invest in a secure, collateralized portfolio with a high fixed rate of return that's not correlated to the stock market or the Fed? A portfolio where you will know what each monthly statement will look like with no surprises. Your interest is compounded daily. You are paid monthly, and there are no fees. You can turn your income on or off, compound it, whatever you choose, and there is absolutely no loss of principal if you ever need your money back. Just go to investyrefy.com. That's invest, the letter Y, then REFY.com, or call 888-YREFI, that's YREFY 24. You can earn a fixed rate of return of up to 10.25%. Just call 888-YREFI24 or go to investyrefy.com and tell them Dennis Prager sent you.
Guys, if you've noticed a lack of energy, motivation, and drive, it could be low testosterone. Schedule your complete health assessment at Low T Center. They now offer the convenience of monitored, self-inject, at-home testosterone treatments for $150 a month cash pay or covered by most health insurance. If you don't live near Low T Center or you just need the convenience of at-home treatment, Low T Center makes it easy to get started on treatment. Only your first 2 visits are in person. Go to lowtcenter.com now to book online. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
AM 560. The Answer.
All right. Well, that was something we didn't even hear about. Justin's bachelor party. We're going to have to get to that tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, right.
He got kicked out. Bad boy.
Kicked out of Vegas altogether?
Justin Kosick. Well, we're going to have to let him explain. He's getting used to the new system, and I think he loves it, right? Look at how happy everybody is.
Yeah.
Just bear with us while we make changes. All right. Thanks to Justin and to Quinn McCarthy. And we're back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Now into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Mayor Johnson introduces his pick for the next Chicago police superintendent. The Cubs are hosting the White Sox, and the Bulls add some depth. WIND Chicago News Time. It's 9 o'clock.
All charges should be dropped against him and the others. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Former President Trump posted that on Truth Social, claiming a report he'll release Monday will lead to a complete exoneration, detailing what he continues to claim was fraud that rigged the election. This the morning after he was indicted again, this time in Georgia, accused by Fulton County DA Fani Willis of
a criminal conspiracy to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election in this state.
His co-defendants include former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and ex-Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani. The former president and 18 others face various charges individually, including violation of oath by a public officer and filing false documents. All of the defendants have been charged with violating Georgia's racketeering law, which carries a maximum prison sentence of 20 years. Fox's Jonathan Seri outside the courthouse. Many Republicans agree with the former president that he's being politically targeted. One of his biggest GOP critics just reacted to the Georgia indictment.
I think this was unnecessary, as to Donald Trump.
Chris Christie says the federal election indictment already covers his conduct, but the Trump challenger running for president against him tells Fox.
This has never happened before in this country, ever, where you had a candidate for president of the United States conduct himself in this way, to disrespect the election process in this way, to refuse to accept the verdict of the voters. And what does it say about his judgment?
Christie also just said even though Trump's damaged goods, he'll sign the required Republican Party pledge to back whoever the nominee is in order to be on stage next week for the first Republican presidential debate. The former president, who's way ahead in the polls, has said he may not show up. In Hawaii,
we're gonna stay here. We're not going anywhere.
Etan Krupnik's one of many whose house burned down in the Lahaina wildfire, vowing to rebuild. As the search of the ruins and ashes continues, more than 1,000 people remain unaccounted for in Maui, 99 confirmed dead. America's listening to Fox News.
67 degrees, 9:02 is our time on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Dangerous conditions along the beach today. Beach hazard statement up for Lake Michigan through much of our area. A search is underway this morning for a missing swimmer near Winnetka in Lake Michigan. Emergency personnel have been at Elder Lane Beach for several hours searching for a man in his early 20s who apparently went under around 2:15 a.m. Mayor Johnson's choice to be Chicago's next police superintendent is ready to work together to make the city safer.
I'm willing to sit down, have a conversation with any and everybody within this city to work together to resolve some of the issues that we have and make this city as safe as we can possibly make it.
The mayor introduced counterterrorism chief Larry Snelling as the next CPD superintendent. That appointment must still be approved by the Chicago City Council. No one in custody following a major shooting over the weekend in Rockford. 6 women and 1 man were shot at a party Sunday morning. The suspected shooter was inside an SUV that drove by. All the victims right now are expected to survive. Baseball on the north side of Chicago when the Cubs host the White Sox at Wrigley Field tonight. Right now the Cubs are 1 game back of Miami for the final wild card spot. The news service of the AM 560 store, T-shirts, hoodies, and more. Go to 560theanswer.com/store. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Join John Anthony, host of Black and Right, for a cruise on Lake Michigan on Saturday, September 9th. Come aboard the luxury yacht Free Spirit for a fun afternoon with fellow AM 560 listeners. Enjoy great food and beverages and be a part of the live broadcast of Black and Right with John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cruise. That's 560theanswer.com/cruise.
Consumer Cellular's award-winning customer support is 100% based in the U.S., and you are 100% based in the U.S. That's something you have in common with Consumer Cellular's customer service. And Consumer Cellular customer service likes pizza, and you like pizza. And Consumer Cellular has an acute fear of spiders, and your fear of spiders is acute as well. So you already have so many things to discuss when you call Consumer Cellular to talk about our affordable and flexible phone plans. Consumer Cellular, when freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals since 1877. The goal is to ensure that pets have a safe shelter, especially during natural disasters. Adopting a shelter pet allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Please consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work at americanhumane.org.
9:05. Let's get an update on the roads now. A service of Protect and Grow with Tim Stearns, Saturdays at noon, enjoying weekly discussions to a secure retirement. DuSable Lakeshore Drive, accident cleared southbound south of Roosevelt. On the Tri-State, you're jammed up northbound between Cermak and North Avenue. Veterans potholes. Because of that, you have stop-and-go traffic from the Boughton Toll Plaza northbound and delays at the Reagan as well. I-80 jammed up after a crash westbound between US 30 to right before Briggs. Mike Gallagher starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Get the very latest now with Cheryl Golden.
This afternoon, clouds breaking forth, some sun, high 76. Clear skies tonight with patchy fog, low 59. Pleasant tomorrow with sun, high 83. Partly cloudy tomorrow night with a low of 65. Thursday, a morning thunderstorm, otherwise cloudy and breezy, high 82. I'm Cheryl Golden on AM 560, The Answer.
67 at O'Hare. Next news 9:30. Mike Gallagher is next on AM 560, The Answer.
When you can't trust the mainstream media, where do you turn? Get the answers from Mike Gallagher right now on AM 560. The Answer.
The program may contain pre-recorded material.
This is your source for breaking news and what to make of it all. This is the Mike Gallagher Show.
Trump is indicted now in Fulton County, and he's going to be convicted. He's going to go to prison, and he will be elected from prison president. It will not make any difference at all.
She didn't throw the book at him. She threw the library.
Donald Trump is taking the heat right now, but to be honest with you, next person they're coming after is the people right there on the other side of this TV. They're going to come after you if they can succeed.
Now, from the ReliefFactor.com studios, here's Mike Gallagher.
Not to make you panic or anything, but the very existence of the country is at stake right now. You realize this country is supported by the United States Constitution. And when a desperate band of malcontents are trying to interfere with the American people's right to vote for the politician they want to be elected president of the United States, when they do what they're doing to stop the election outcome from occurring, the Constitution is being shredded. And we're in a lot of trouble. There's no way around it. We're in a whole heap of trouble. Can you imagine at next week's debate if Ron DeSantis stood on that stage and announced to the world, you know, I thought it was my time. I wanted to run. I wanted to win. I've got great policies for America. I've been a terrific governor. But I'm going to throw my entire support behind Donald J. Trump. Do you realize that in an instant, Ron DeSantis becomes the most popular Republican in the history of the Republican Party? It'd be like overnight. In that moment, he'd become one of the most popular political figures of all time. If Republicans who are challenging Trump would put the Constitution and the country ahead of their own personal ambitions, that saves the day. That makes him unbeatable. And for a party right now that is sort of hanging on by a thread, to turn it around that way, I mean, here was DeSantis last night. I saw a headline that might have gotten your attention. I think the way I read the headline, it said, "Welp, DeSantis gives up in fight with Disney." Now, he hasn't given up, but he's moved on. He admitted it in an interview he gave on CNBC.
I would just say two things. Apart from Florida, Disney's had a lot of problems, and I think that the skirmish they got in with these young kids, I think that's a symptom of why they're not doing as well, because I think parents have lost some confidence that this is a company that's really speaking to what they want, the way it had been traditionally. So I would just say, just as a parent, look, my wife and I, we got married at Walt Disney World, okay? And so it's not like we're opposed. I mean, we've appreciated working with them over the years. But I would just say, go back to what you did well. I think it's going to be the right business decision and all that. But where we are today, we've basically moved on. They're suing the state of Florida. They're going to lose that lawsuit. So what I would say is drop the lawsuit. You have the state that even CNBC ranks as #1 of all 50 states for economy. We lead the nation in new business formations. Unemployment is incredibly low. Great fiscal posture. People are bringing capital into Florida. This is a great place to do business.
Now, I happen to believe that's a very smart thing for DeSantis to say. But I know a lot of people are going to be angry at him. They're going to say, wait a minute, you want to move on? You should keep pounding away at Disney. And DeSantis' admission, sort of his revelation, he's not anti-Disney. He and his wife got married there. He knows what a good corporate citizen Disney is in terms of taxes and the maintenance of the roads and all the stuff that they do there, and how many millions and millions of people go to Florida, flock to Florida because of Disney World. And DeSantis is now saying, truce. It's time to move on. Now, again, that's perhaps a controversial position. I don't want to really spend all day on that. I want to talk about DeSantis' ability to pivot. Governor DeSantis is a realist. He's pragmatic. Again, as a Floridian, I know what kind of governor he's been. He is an amazing governor. He's a no-nonsense guy. He rolls up his sleeves. He's not really a warm, fuzzy guy. So what? He's about policy. He's about conservatism. He's about rule of law. He's about common sense. Common sense would be on full display if next week in Milwaukee, Ron DeSantis shocked the world and said, I'm all in for Trump. Imagine that. And, you know, I know there's a big part of this that's wishful thinking on my part, but it could happen. And what do you think occurs if it does happen? Ask yourself that. If Ron DeSantis stands on that stage next, and I don't know if Trump's going to be there or not, after this fourth indictment, I find it inconceivable that he stays away. He almost has to be on that debate stage next week after now 91 charges that he's facing over 4 criminal indictments. It's insane what they're trying to do. It's absolutely mind-boggling how they're trying to stop an election, how they're interfering with an election with all these criminal indictments. But I am just enough of a believer. I'm enough of an optimist. I love my country so much. And I respect people like Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis so much that I have the will to believe that Ron DeSantis might just do the right thing. Now, let me turn it over to you. Am I crazy here? 13 past the hour. We got a lot to break down here with the Fulton County, Georgia, goofy, crazed, rabid criminal indictment under RICO acts of Donald Trump and 18 other people. But I want to talk to you about what would happen to America. We're in a dark place right now. We're in a really bad place. What would happen to this country if Ron DeSantis threw his hat in the ring for Donald Trump? 800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453. Join us here in the Relief Factor studios.
Subscribe to the Mike Gallagher No Interruptions podcast. Important issues, vigorous debate, and just one rule: no interruptions. Find it at MikeOnline.com, SalemPodcastNetwork.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. New episodes every Wednesday. The Mike Gallagher Show No Interruptions podcast. Subscribe today.
You gotta lay down and die. Oh, no, not I. I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll be alive. I've got all my life to live. I've got all my love to give. I'll survive. I will survive. Hey.
You're listening to Mike Gallagher on AM 560. The Answer.
You know, everyone goes to bed, but not everyone goes to sleep. Like many, I have a fairly demanding schedule, right? It's important I get a great night's sleep. I want to be sharp and at my very best. Sleep is something that I used to struggle with. I had tried a number of products to help, but I began searching for a natural solution. Well, I found it from some old friends, Relief Factor. I was at the Relief Factor headquarters, and I learned all about Sleep by Relief Factor. It has been a godsend for me. With Sleep by Relief Factor, I'm finally getting the best night's sleep of my life. I wake up refreshed. I'm never groggy. I feel the difference every single day. I urge you to check out Sleep by Relief Factor. Get your first bottle of Sleep for only $19.95. You'll sleep better, feel better, and get more rest. Call 800-4-RELIEF to order now, or you can go to relieffactor.com/sleep. Call 800-4-RELIEF. That's 800-4-RELIEF, or go to relieffactor.com/sleep. If it can help me, there's a good chance it'll help you. Invest in yourself. Invest in peace of mind. Relief Factor Sleep.
We all know Joe Biden isn't getting the job done and too often is making things worse.
That's conservative business leader Doug Burgum, one of America's most successful governors. Raised with small-town values, Burgum built a billion-dollar company, creating thousands of jobs. As governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum cut taxes, balanced the budget, and helped pass term limits.
Where we come from, when something isn't working, you stop and you try something new. That's common sense. Joe Biden has got to go.
As president, Doug Burgum will unleash American energy and end Biden's inflation. He'll secure the border to stop the flow of illegal drugs, and Burgum will rebuild our military to win the Cold War with China.
Do you believe that the economy, energy, and national security are critical to our nation's future? Remember, that's why I'm running for president.
Best of America PAC paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.bestofamericapac.com.
Don't miss the most inspirational movie of the summer, Briarcliff Entertainment's The Hill, starring Dennis Quaid, in theaters Friday, August 25th. The true life story of professional baseball player Ricky Hill. Growing up poor in small-town Texas, young Ricky discovers his extraordinary ability for hitting a baseball. But with leg braces and a degenerative spinal disease, the major leagues were just a dream that could never be. Courageously, he risks it all. Defying his father's wish to follow in his footsteps to become a pastor, Ricky tries out for a major league scout. Pushing hard to overcome his disability, he goes on to become a baseball phenomenon. Some dreams are unbreakable. The Hill, starring Dennis Quaid, Colin Ford, and Scott Glenn. The true inspirational story about family, faith, and a baseball miracle. You're not going to want to miss The Hill. Don't miss The Hill, rated PG, in theaters Friday, August 25th. Get your tickets now and see the true inspirational story, The Hill.
Mike Gallagher.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hey all, Jim Carr here. I am the owner of Carr Machine and Tool in Elk Grove Village and loyal customer of Signature Bank. As a second generation owner, I knew I had to shift from operating as an old school machine shop to what I can proudly say is now one of the fastest growing aerospace manufacturing facilities in the region. Signature Bank was there every step of the way through our expansion efforts, including financing our new state-of-the-art facility. Their valuable industry expertise and constant communication throughout the construction process made our vision possible. Many thanks to Signature Bank for supporting Carr Machine and Tool. You set the bar high for other banks.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Rick here from Forever Remodeling. You probably heard me talk about how our unique design-build process removes the normal problems of hiring a design and construction company separately. But just don't take my word for it. Listen to these customer reviews. Kelly W. says, from consultation to design to construction, my remodel flowed seamlessly. Adity J says, we were thrilled to have a full-service remodeling firm take all the guesswork out of our project. And Caesar V says, Forever Remodeling made what could have been a very stressful project extremely easy for us. They finished on time and did amazing work. Kitchens, bathrooms, basements, additions, whole house remodeling, whatever you need, our start-to-finish process delivers stunning results without the hassles, headaches, and stress. For a free consultation, call Forever Remodeling at 847-809-3355 or visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number foreverremodeling.com.
Feel like you're trying to push a boulder uphill wearing skates? If you run or manage a local business today, you're challenged like never before. We get it, and we want to help. We're Salem Surround. We're a full-service marketing agency that'll help you increase your customer base by designing incredibly effective plans to reach your consumers day, night, and everywhere they might be.
If you're a local business and want to see what Salem Surround can do for you, visit surroundchicago.com. Remember to visit surroundchicago.com today.
Sign up to become an AM 560 Advantage member at 560theanswer.com.
Mike Gallagher.
Remember that song by Louis Armstrong? I see skies of blue. Ah-da-da. What a wonderful world. What a wonderful thing it would be for Ron DeSantis to say, you know what? I had a good shot. I tried. I'm watching how they're trying to interfere with our election. I'm going to put the Constitution and the country ahead of my own personal ambition. And I support President Trump. What a wonderful world that would be indeed, huh? Wouldn't that be amazing? It could happen. Stranger things have happened. Does it get any stranger than trying to indict Trump over telling people to watch TV? You understand, as the headlines intone. I love scrolling through the headlines today. It just cracks me up. The desperation from the left, the panicked attempt to stop Trump from being elected is actually comical. I mean, it is literally comical. Let me share with you some of the fun headlines that I read today from Axios. The Trump case is loaded with breathtaking ambition. That's one way to put it. Yeah, breathtaking ambition. Georgia District Attorney gives Trump and the others until August 25th at noon to surrender. To surrender. Okay, good. Here's the best thing I saw. One of the best things I saw. Charlie Kirk posted on Twitter an actual line from the actual Georgia indictment. Now, this is Act number 22. This is a criminal act, according to Fannie of Georgia. Fannie Willis, the Fulton County District Attorney. Act 22. Now, I promise you I'm reading this verbatim. On or about the 3rd day of December 2020, Donald John Trump caused to be tweeted from the Twitter account @RealDonaldTrump, Georgia hearings now on One America News Network. Amazing, unquote. This was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. Telling people to put on cable news is a criminal act, according to Fannie and the Fulton County, Georgia grand jury. What a bunch of shameful, desperate, pathetic dweebs these people are. Yep, let's charge him. And of course, the grand jury didn't matter. That was a rubber stamp. They accidentally leaked the identical charges hours before the grand jury stopped convening. It's all a fix, and the American people know it. Even the Democrats know. We've got a Birch Gold survey up at MikeOnline.com. Don't you think even the Trump haters know they've gone too far? You know what it is right now? 71% say no. That means 39% of you believe that even the Democrats know they've gone too far. So how about Ron DeSantis supporting Donald J. Trump? You tell me that wouldn't turn everything around on a dime. Andy in Auburn, Alabama. Andy, welcome to the show. How are you?
Mike, I'm doing great, man. Wonderful job as always.
You're very kind.
If DeSantis was to do this on a national stage, it would put everything in an astronomical theater. We would be reading about this 100 years from now, and it would. I think it would change the trajectory of the Republican Party. There's no doubt that the Republican Party needs to be overhauled, and we need people there that are going to put the Constitution first.
Amen. And you know something? And I love your point, Andy, about the need to get Republican leadership. Right now, there's a real strong move to get Mitch McConnell to retire. A lot of people are fed up. A lot of people are tired of a lack of leadership. And where is the Republican condemnation of this? Where is the... I mean, even the Trump haters understand that this is a winning proposition for Donald Trump. Listen to Charlie Sykes. He's the former talk show host out of Milwaukee. He's a big never-Trumper. He was on with his buddy Joe Scarborough yesterday on Morning Joe on MSNBC. Now listen to his words very carefully, because they're pulling their hair out. They can't believe that with every additional criminal indictment, Trump's popularity soars.
A federal jury has found him liable for sexual assault. He's facing charges for fraud, conspiracy, obstruction, now racketeering. He has been charged with violating the Espionage Act. And the Republican field cannot figure out how to run against him. Ron DeSantis cannot figure out, gee, what issues could I possibly use to beat him? Which tells you a lot about the other candidates, but it also tells you a lot about the state of the Republican base right now, that in fact his numbers have gone up every time that he has been indicted. And I don't necessarily think that that will change after the after the Georgia charges come down. But it is this extraordinary and abnormal moment when someone facing that many charges that are that serious really is continuing to dominate the Republican Party, and they continue to want to buy this ticket into 2024. So this is not normal, and it's not rational.
You see what I mean? Now, two things. First of all, I think Charlie Sykes himself would admit they don't hate Trump as much as they hate you and me. They loathe us. They loathe millions and millions of Americans who support Donald Trump. Number two, when he says, oh, this is abnormal, this is extraordinary, this isn't rational, they don't get it. They just don't understand it. For as smart and as many degrees as they have behind their name, as many letters as they have behind their name, they're not smart enough to figure out what the American people are all about. And the American people are about justice, and this is not justice. This is wrong, and they know it. 800-655-MIKE. Let's throw these phone lines wide open. I want your reaction to the fourth indictment. 800-655-6453. One open line.
You're listening to Mike Gallagher on AM 560, The Answer.
There's a lot of avenues you could take to get out of back pain or pain in your hips or your leg or your neck, whatever kind of body aches and pains you have. And some of those choices might not be so good. How about making the decision that I made years ago and that I have the privilege of telling you about on a daily basis? It's called Relief Factor. There are millions of people. Some reports say over 100 million people struggle with some kind of pain. Well, why don't we see if we can get you out of pain? Give me 3 weeks. That's all I ask. If you go to relieffactor.com, you can sign up for the 3-week quick start. That's where, for $19.95, we'll send you the product and see if we can get you out of pain. If we can, wonderful. Welcome to pain-free living. It's 100% drug-free. If it doesn't work for you, which is rare, don't worry. You're only out $19.95. What do you have to lose except the pain? Relieffactor.com. Relieffactor.com, or give them a call. 800-500-8384. Let's see if we can get you out of pain. 3 weeks, that's all we ask. 800-500-8384 for Relief Factor.
Mike Gallagher.
News, opinion, and insight at the speed of your life. Streaming at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and tune in, iHeart, and on Odyssey.
Light rain, 67 degrees. 9:29 on AM 560 The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Swimming conditions dangerous along the Lake Michigan beachfront today. A beach hazard statement has been posted. The Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney says former President Donald Trump was part of a criminal conspiracy to overturn the state's 2020 election results.
Through participation in a criminal enterprise in Fulton County, Georgia, and elsewhere to accomplish the illegal goal of allowing Donald J. Trump to seize the presidential term of office.
Democrat Fani Willis says Trump has until noon next Friday to voluntarily surrender after he was indicted. Wildfires in Hawaii have now claimed at least 99 lives on the island of Maui. Governor Josh Green says more than 80% of structures that were destroyed were residential. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell is on the scene.
This is in coordination with the governor, as he has also stood up a program to provide Airbnb rooms or other hotel rooms to support residents.
While noting that housing has displaced for the displaced has been a priority, survivors have also been taken into private homes. The search is underway for a missing swimmer in Lake Michigan near Winnetka. Emergency personnel have been at Elder Lane Beach for several hours looking for a man in his early 20s who went under the water around 2:15 a.m. A 14-year-old seriously hurt, shot in Chicago's West Englewood neighborhood. The teen was standing near the back door of a home last night when 3 wearing masks opened fire. The boy suffered a gunshot wound to the chest. There have been no arrests. Baseball on the north side of Chicago when the Cubs host the White Sox at Wrigley Field tonight. The news, a service of Starcase, offering a wide variety of rack frames and server cabinets for your computers and rack-mounted electronics. They also stock the rack-mount accessories you've been looking for. Go to starcase.com to get started. 9:31, let's get an update on the roads. A service of Camino Oil Stain Remover. It's concentrated for superior results. Pour it on, let it dry, brush it away. It's really that simple. Get Camino Oil Stain Remover at BDC Supply in Crest Hill or online at CaminoEnvironmental.com. Eden's at 24 minutes, Lake Cook Road to the junction, while the Kennedy right now sits at 68 minutes from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. The Icon 54 from 390 to the old post office. Tough sledding through the avenues. Mike Gallagher continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Breezy this morning. Will stay cloudy through the midday and then partly sunny. Clouds breaking up for the afternoon. High 76, clear 59 overnight. Currently 68 and partly sunny at O'Hare. Your next news at 10. More Mike Gallagher comes your way next on AM 560, The Answer.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I think it's just a really good idea, simply because I have such a busy schedule that I can't always take care of all of my nutritional needs in the proper ways. I really like it. It's quite nice. I would say that I have more energy. I'm sleeping really well. With my schedule, I don't get quite enough sleep sometimes. And when that happens, I still can manage to have a normal day the following day. So I'm pretty well pleased with it.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code Chicago.
It took a panicked run on a major bank to lead to the second biggest bank failure in U.S. history. And Moody's just downgraded the entire U.S. banking system from stable to negative. Just a reminder why many people diversify their portfolios with something tangible, something that doesn't need bailing out, something that can't vanish into thin air. Learn the truth in Swiss America's shocking report, The Secret War on Cash. This all-out war against cash is a war against the Constitution, against all freedom-loving Americans. You must read The Secret War on Cash. Get your free copy by calling or texting 800-630-1495. That's 800-630-1495. This all-out war on cash, digital forms of currency too, is growing daily. So please get and read The Secret War on Cash, free to Salem listeners by calling or texting now at 800-630-1495. Make sure you mention Salem when you call or text 800-630-1495.
On Target, radio is back on AM 560. Every Sunday night at 9, Dave Lombardo and Gretchen Fritz discuss the red meat issues that affect your life. The Second Amendment, personal liberty, government intrusion. They'll also bring you the latest from the Washington and Springfield swamps. On Target Radio, Sunday nights at 9. Sponsored in part by Safer USA, a leader in firearms education and training. Hackett Equipment, makers of the finest gun range carrying bags. And Chicometrics, experts in data security.
Sign up to become an AM 560 Advantage member at 560theanswer.com.
And make the switch.
The Mike Gallagher Show.
We're opening the door to prosecution of Democrats by Republicans, Republicans by Democrats. It's what Alexander Hamilton wrote in The Federalist is the most dangerous threat to democracy, and we're seeing it unfold in front of our eyes. I care deeply about preserving the rule of law, and we're seeing it being frittered away for partisan political purposes.
In the ReliefFactor.com studios, here's Mike.
It's called election interference, and everybody knows it. People on the right know it. People on the left know it. They don't care. They'll do whatever it takes to stop the guy from making it to the White House. And the only problem is they got to get through the American people to do so. And I just don't think we're going to let them do it. I am as convinced now. Got a text from a friend of mine late last night after the indictment was announced. Yeah, to my supporters, watch One American News Network. Criminal! That's right up there with, slaughtering a family and burying them under your porch, telling your political supporters to watch TV. Mark Meadows is charged for seeking a phone number, asking for a phone number. That's a criminal charge? Yeah, in Fanny's world, but Fanny's world isn't the real world. A convicted Trump isn't real world stuff. And as I heard Byron York this morning, point something out that is bone-chilling. What if Trump is convicted, Biden winds up winning by another slim margin, and then the higher courts throw everything out? That's proof positive of election interference. And there won't be, pardon my language, there won't be a damn thing we can do about it. At that point, it'll be too late. And the American people are intuitive enough to say, nope, not on my watch. You're not going to get to do that. We're not going to live in a country, a banana republic, where the Fulton County grand jury, led by the Fulton County rabid activist far-left prosecutor, gets to block Trump from being elected by the American people. I'm telling you, we're going to see a real epic response from and we already are. You just heard Charlie Sykes. This isn't normal. I don't understand. These poll numbers keep skyrocketing. This just shows how gone the Republican Party. They're blah, blah. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. They think the only thing they can do is lock him up. They think that's the only path, the only option they have left. We're heading into the final week and a half of our annual summer campaign to help the international nonprofit relief agency Food for the Poor, this month focusing on emergency relief supplies. We need your help. For our friends at Food for the Poor, hurricane season is arriving. That means disruption of food supplies, clean water will become scarce, and houses will be destroyed in the wake of powerful storms. The country's Food for the Poor serves in the Caribbean and Latin America are all headed into danger from hurricanes very soon, as we hear from hurricane expert and forecaster John Morales.
The warmth of the Atlantic Ocean, it's just so remarkably hot. And you've seen the headlines of 100-degree water in the Florida Keys. Well, I mean, listen, it is record hot. And again, the warmer the water is, the easier it is to evaporate the moisture off the surface of the ocean. And that moisture gives the tropical storms the energy to become hurricanes and potentially major hurricanes. That is the big concern.
That's why I'm urging you right now to go to MikeOnline.com, make a donation to help rebuild lives of the poorest of the poor once disaster strikes. The tip jar is ready. If you go to MikeOnline.com, make a generous gift. Workers can get busy rebuilding homes that can get damaged or destroyed by the coming hurricanes. Thanks to a generous matching gift, just $4,900 will provide a brand new house for a family who lost everything during a hurricane. Your gift, combined with large and small donations from others, can make that new home in Haiti or Guatemala a reality. Just head to MikeOnline.com, click on the emergency relief banner, or you can text the keyword Mike to 91999 or phone your most generous gift to 844-860-HOPE, 844-860-4673. Help us help the poorest of the poor right here on our own hemisphere with your gift today to Food for the Poor. Off and running to your phone calls. Sandy in New Jersey. Hi, Sandy. Welcome. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Of course.
The reason why I'm calling is I'd like to know why Governor Kemp hasn't been heard from yet. And also, DeSantis in Florida, he fired 2 Soros-backed prosecutors. Now, why has Kemp allowed this woman he knew for a while? I mean, is there any recourse that the governor could take to shine a light on this?
Well,
and also,
I mean,
why isn't Congress coming back in session? They're out now for 6 weeks.
I know, and that's what we mean when we talk about the spineless Republicans who are not. Where is the cacophony of outrage from Republican leaders over this 4th ridiculous indictment from Georgia? Where are they? Where are they?
I don't know.
I mean, they're afraid.
This is absurd.
It is absurd. It's beyond absurd, and it's a recognition that we desperately need leaders. I'll bet you'll hear from Jim Jordan. I'll bet you'll hear from Ted Cruz. I'll bet you'll hear from Matt Gaetz. I'll bet you'll hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene. There are certain Republicans who are willing to stick their neck out, and a whole bunch of Republicans who are simply afraid. Here's a text from South Carolina, from Columbia. Mike, liberals can have my vote for Donald Trump when they pry it from my cold, dead fingers. This is about the Constitution and freedom from here on out. Brian, in Anderson, South Carolina. One open line now, 20 minutes before the hour, 800-655-MIKE. And back to my question about DeSantis supporting Trump. Am I all wet on that? You think that's impossible? Am I wrong? I have never been able to predict a wonderfully positive outcome with the kind of certainty that I feel right now if DeSantis were to do that next week in Milwaukee. Imagine him standing on that stage where Trump, I hope, shows up, and he turns to Trump and says, you know what, I wanted to beat you, I wanted to be the nominee, but what they're putting you through is astounding. It's unconstitutional. It's wrong. And I'm going to put my country ahead of my goals here. And I support you, Mr. President, and I'm 100% behind you. And then all of them follow suit. I mean, Christie won't. Chris Christie has become, Liz Cheney in a pinstripe suit. Poor guy. I mean, he's decided to go scorched earth. So be it. But can you imagine how instantly this would turn all of this around? And the cackling Hillary Clinton, she wouldn't know what came her way. Did you see Hillary and Rachel Maddow yucking it up on MSNBC? Just pathetic. Absolutely. Yeah, well, hey, Hillary, you weren't laughing the night that Trump beat you because you couldn't stop him. You couldn't stop the American people. 800-655-MIKE. Every single Republican should be supporting Trump right now. Every single one. You want to really infuriate the never-Trumpers of the world? Show what unity looks like. Show them what unity feels like. Driving into work this morning, first time one of my neighbors has a big blue Trump, brand new Trump flag flying in his front yard. You know how many people are ordering the T-shirts that we're selling that say Free Trump on them? Hundreds and hundreds of people are ordering these T-shirts. They've got an image of Trump and the words Free Trump with some stars on the top. It's amazing. Check those out at MikeOnline.com. You can go to MikeOnline.com and check out the Trump T-shirts that are available. I think they're $20. And this is what we're going to have to do. This is what we're going to have to do. Paul's in Atlanta. Paul, welcome to the Mike Gallagher Show in the Relief Factor Studios.
I'm waiting to go online.
Oh, you were waiting to go online, but I guess you're not ready yet. Brandon in Tampa, Florida. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, Mike, Brandon Rhymes here. I definitely feel what you're saying. We've got to have unity now more than ever. Patriots have to come together. This is the fight of our generation. And think about, our forefathers and everybody that's actually had to pick up a weapon and fight. Today, a lot of people are even scared just to like a post or even share a post. We've got to come together. The leaders need to come together because we're going to have a one-party state. We already do in a lot of ways. But if we don't win this next election, Maxine Waters, they're keeping list. And they're going to come after everybody. They literally, I think they will come after. So as a Christian, we're taught not to fear, but it's hard not to when you're looking at what we're looking at right now in this situation, Mike.
And it's so good to hear your voice. Of course, Brandon Rhymes, you're one of the top listing agents in Tampa Bay. You got a great radio show on our affiliate here in Tampa, the Consumer Quarterback. We need fearlessness right now, Brandon, and you do it on your show, and you do it every single day. And look at what you could be subjected to. I mean, you've merged two worlds here. The world that you've been in, and then consumer advice, and also your strong belief in the Constitution. But that can't be easy for you. I'm sure you've gotten some pushback for the positions you've taken.
Yeah, I have, but I stand firm on that. I do believe that God, our provider, and Yahweh, Jesus, is going to be on our side. I believe it's a spiritual war.
Amen.
And, I'm just so glad that we've got so many great fighters like you and Sebastian and Charlie. I mean, just the list, Dennis, the list is on and on.
Thank you.
But, yeah, I call for my fellow brothers and Christians out there to pull together, unite like never before. And little simple things, going into the grocery store, going to the hardware store, talk to people about it, engage with people. Get them on our side.
Now's the time, Brandon. You keep fighting the good fight. Brandon Rhymes, the Consumer Quarterback. Good hearing from you. Again, great following on AM 860, The Answer in Tampa Bay. Wow, what a time to be alive, huh? It's scary, but yet we got to have a resolve. We have to have an ability to be unified, and we have to have an ability to embrace clarity. You want some clarity? I'm going to break down the latest criminal charges against Donald Trump. I want you to hear, so you know, knowledge is power. You need to know exactly what we're looking at here. So get ready for a breakdown of the Fulton County rogue radical Democrat activist Fannie Willis leading around grand jurors by the nose in order to get them to indict President Trump. Stick around. All of that and more coming up on a busy, busy day.
Watch The Mike Gallagher Show anywhere, anytime on the Salem News Channel app. Download it on your favorite device today and take Mike wherever you go. Stream anywhere on any device. The Mike Gallagher Show on TV, right in your pocket.
You're listening to Mike Gallagher on AM 560, The Answer.
Just got a funny text message from somebody in Miami Beach, Florida, who said, Chris Christie is Liz Cheney in pinstripes, very wide pinstripes. You notice I avoid any fat jokes about Chris Christie? Because listen, I know what it's like to struggle with weight. Even Chris Christie could benefit from PhD weight loss and nutrition. Maybe he's been like me and he's tried everything and nothing worked. I lost 53 pounds on the PhD weight loss program. If I can do it, anybody can. You know what I love about PhD the most? It's real simple, because I'm kind of a selfish creature comforts guy. I don't want to be hungry. Nobody wants to be hungry. You don't want to go to bed hungry. You don't want to wake up hungry. With PhD and the science and data-driven approach to calories and carbohydrates and protein and fat, you're never hungry. You'll say goodbye to that stubborn belly fat, and it only takes that phone call to get the ball rolling. Call PhD. Here's their direct office number, 864-644-1900. Schedule your consultation. You can do this program from anywhere in the country. It's an amazing approach to use your food, use their food, they have food, or do a combination like I've done. Call 864-644-1900 to learn all about PhD weight loss and nutrition, or schedule your appointment online, myphdweightloss.com, myphdweightloss.com.
Mike Gallagher.
Dan Proft here. When it comes to health, there are numbers every man needs to know, including our testosterone number. I recommend going to Low T Center. They make it quick and easy to get your levels checked, and it's only $25. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with their on-site lab, you'll know your results in about 25 minutes. Low testosterone levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, can cause lack of motivation and drive. It can raise your cholesterol, cause weight gain, and loss of muscle mass. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
My son was saying, Mom, why are you paying so much for this? The supplement store has the exact same thing. And I said, no, they don't. You know, because he was telling me that they have similar products as Balance of Nature. But then when he came over to my house and he looked at the label of the Balance of Nature about all the, ingredients and everything, he realized, oh, yeah, this is a superior product.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Carillon Medical Benefits Management Incorporated seeks engineers senior in Chicago, Illinois to define data structures and retrieve and manipulate data. Apply at jobpostingtoday.com. Reference number 67991. Again, Carillon, C-A-R-E-L-O-N Medical Benefits Management Incorporated seeks engineers senior in Chicago, Illinois to define data structures and retrieve and manipulate data. Apply at jobpostingtoday.com. Reference number 67991. That's an engineer senior in Chicago, Illinois. Apply at jobpostingtoday.com. Reference number 67991. Carillon Medical Benefits Management Incorporated seeks engineer senior in Chicago, Illinois to define data structures and retrieve and manipulate data. Apply at jobpostingtoday.com. Reference number 67991. Again, Carillon, C-A-R-E-L-O-N Medical Benefits Management Incorporated seeks engineer senior in Chicago, Illinois to define data structures and retrieve and manipulate data. Apply at jobpostingtoday.com. Reference number 67991. That's an engineer senior in Chicago, Illinois. Apply at jobpostingtoday.com. Reference number 67991.
Does your business have a problem that needs fixing? Whether you need to change your financial picture, strengthen your leadership team, or help with IT management, TurnKey has solutions. Make TurnKey your small business partner and get ready to streamline success. Inflation and economic downturn don't have to impact your business with the right partner. Now until September 30th, TurnKey is offering the first and last month of services at no cost. That's right. Sign on with TurnKey for any of their IT or business solutions, and your first and last months are free. You'll save hundreds or even thousands. With decades of C-suite experience from their consulting team to over 25 years of managed IT services, TurnKey knows small business. They know how to reduce your costs, grow new revenue streams, and more without having to hire on-site professionals. There's still time to make an impact in the second half of the year. Let TurnKey show you how. TurnKey is Chicago's small business champion. Visit turnkey.pro and start a conversation today.
That's turnkey.pro.
Sign up to become an AM 560 Advantage member at 560theanswer.com.
Gallagher.
The sad part of this is all these people are putting their heads in the sand, and until they come after them, that's when they're going to be standing there shaking in their boots, crying, "Help me, help me."
DeSantis will never support Donald Trump. Never happen. DeSantis is too much into himself. He thinks he's better than Trump. He's not.
Never say never. I'm old enough to remember people saying Donald Trump will never become president of the United States. Never say never. And don't underestimate the smarts of Ron DeSantis. I'm telling you, it's not impossible. Now, let's break down these charges. I was looking at the Daily Beast. This is a far-left online site. They break down the 5 most surprising takeaways from Donald Trump's 4th indictment in Georgia. You know what even the Daily Beast says at the end of this article, where they break down the charges? This decision to use RICO and a conspiracy against Trump and 18 others. It's a decision that could make for a convoluted trial and give Fani Willis's detractors plenty of ammunition to shoot holes in her overall case. That's from the Daily Beast. The fact is, the state of Georgia has criminally indicted Trump for tweeting that people should turn on the television. That's one of the charges, literally, where he advised people to watch One American News because they're covering hearings in Georgia. They criminally indicted Mark Meadows for asking for a phone number. They criminally indicted the former GOP state chair for reserving a room. Jonathan Turley points out that the scope of the alleged conspiracy is massive. Indeed, every call, every speech, every tweet appears a criminal step in the conspiracy, according to District Attorney Fani Willis. She appears to have elected to charge everything and everyone and let God sort them out. And incidentally, did you see the crap storm where they accidentally posted the charges on Atlanta's Fulton County website hours before the grand jury ended its session? The same leak that the court had labeled fictitious. When you look at the charges, they're the exact same ones that were accidentally posted hours before the grand jury even ended its session. Beyond pitiful. This is like crap that you can't make this stuff up. We need warriors more than ever. You got to be in the fray. Portions of our show brought to you by Americans for Prosperity. Did you catch the news report? Despite record high temperatures, Southwest border apprehensions surged from 99,000 in June to over 130,000 in the month of July. Just last month, Mayorkas bragged about how he's got the border under control. Apparently no one else has gotten that memo, huh? My friends at Americans for Prosperity have been mobilizing voters to demand that D.C. get control of our border. Recently, AFP Foundation has been coordinating border trips for hundreds of everyday Americans, activists, media personalities, and elected officials so they can see the situation for themselves. In fact, I'm going to take them up on that. I want to go take a border trip and broadcast from there because it's important that we never, ever take our eye off the ball. These trips aim to paint a full picture of what's going on at the border. They include conversations with local landowners and farmers, briefings from Border Patrol. I've been to the border about 7, 8, 9 times. I'd like to go again with Americans for Prosperity. They're one of the only groups out there demanding real